Center.com.
This information should not be taken as legal or medical advice. We are an advocacy organization sponsored by law firms. For information about all your legal rights and medical matters, consult with a mesothelioma attorney and healthcare provider. Prior results do not predict a similar outcome.
If you or someone you love worked around asbestos in construction, factories, or the military, you need to hear this. No amount of asbestos exposure is considered safe, and family history or overall health can raise the risk of mesothelioma. The Mesothelioma Center at asbestos.com brings together oncology navigators and veteran specialists to help find the right doctors, sort out insurance, and connect you with clinical trials, home health, and emotional support, all at no cost to you. We can also help you secure financial assistance to help pay medical expenses. A diagnosis can feel overwhelming, but mesothelioma is not the same prognosis as it was years ago. There is help and hope. Visit asbestos.com or call 800-681-1941. That's 800-681-1941. 800-681-1941.
Hey, honey, have you heard about PFAS in water?
No. What are they?
They're harmful chemicals that can be in our drinking water. PFAS are called forever chemicals.
Ooh. So how do we deal with that?
I'm going to call Martin Water Conditioning. They have whole home water systems that help remove PFAS and other contaminants.
So we'll have cleaner, safer drinking water?
Exactly.
To learn more, visit our website at martinwater.com. Martin Water Conditioning. Better water, better life.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/radio for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Every week on the Moth Podcast, we share stories that are funny, strange, heartbreaking, and above all, true.
I myself have been married for 56 years. Unfortunately, to 4 different women.
It turns out the people I was looking for all my life is what you people would call nerds.
Follow and listen to The Moth on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
There's no need to wait. The time is always right at Colonial Hyundai. John Ashdale, the car czar from Colonial Hyundai, has over 200 vehicles in stock, including new Palisades, Konas, and Tucsons, each coming with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain and Hyundai Assurance. We understand that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different, but here at Colonial Hyundai, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big trade incentives are the best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time, without any unnecessary hassle or waiting. So why wait? Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Lincoln Highway in Downingtown. Colonial Hyundai, the fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai. 0% financing applies to select 2024 new Hyundai models. $6,500 for your trade. Not available on EVs. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for.
Hey, listen, you can have Philly fast, reliable internet when you switch to Fios. How do I know? I got a family at 5. Everyone's got a device. Trust me, it is reliable. It is fast. And for a limited time, you can combine Fios home internet and one line of mobile for just $69.99 a month. You know how incredible that is. Get unlimited welcome for just $50 a month with auto pay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And get this, I'm not done. You can add Fios 300 megabits for $19.99 a month with auto pay, mobile plus home discount, and bonus discount. So here's the deal. You want Philly fast, reliable internet for the entire family? Visit your greater Philly area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our reliable 100% fiber optic network. For eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers, both the $15 monthly discounts for Fios and bring your phone applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. For unlimited welcome, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic and times of congestion. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We are live. We are local at Dawn Stensland on X. I'm on all the socials, Insta. Thanks for being here today. So Larry Menti, my better half, he'll be calling in, or he is on the line any second now. Just real quick here, we will have upcoming, we'll talk about President Trump, obviously speaking out, talking about the economy and everything. That was from that Miami business meeting. Don't worry about a thing. We will have that. Erica Kirk, what an incredible, gripping interview with Jesse Waters last night. So I had, you know me, I sat there bawling and watching it last night. Just incredible. But we'll have some highlights of that. An incredible interview. And then, and obviously talk about her husband's accused killer, Charlie Kirk's accused killer, and what she says about cameras in the courtroom. I thought that was an unbelievable moment. And then we'll get to the fallout over that data breach at the University of Pennsylvania. Remember this? So now a Penn graduate filing a class action lawsuit claiming the school failed to protect personal information after that huge hack. And we'll get to that as well. But we've got to talk about an historic moment. That's what they're calling it. Historic voter turnout. Some call it a blue tsunami. But, you know, New York City, America's, I mean, this is our financial capital and a shining city on the hill, if you will, or on the rock in the world. One of the most famous cities, if not the most famous city, right? And going to what many call a socialist, communist, young guy, Mamdani. What does it say about all of us? What does it say about New York City? Well, somebody who drives there every day. Here is Larry Menti. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, I'm trying to maneuver around all the moving vans right now.
You know,
they're lined up.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's sending a shockwave through the city that Zoran Mamdani was elected. I think they were all hoping it wasn't going to happen. When I say they all, I mean the people that have been here a long time, make a good deal of money, and some of the corporations that are here. There really is some fear right now of what's going to happen to the city. So, look, if he can do, I don't think he can do any of the things he wants to do, but if he can do some of the things he wants to do, it's going to have a dramatic effect on this city, and it won't be good.
Yeah, and, you know, okay, there are so many places we could go, but first of all, Elon Musk was among the people who put out the ballot in New York and just saying, at the very least, it sure looks like they were trying to convolute, you could say manipulate or oppress the vote by making it so that first of all, Mamdani's name is front and center, it's first. And then it's just this convoluted ballot where you have to search for example, Cuomo's name especially, but even Curtis Lewa, all the other candidates there have their names twice. And then Cuomo's is like buried on the right-hand side once. I mean, is anybody even complaining about that, talking about that?
Well, it wasn't done for just this election. A lot of people run in New York races, and the ballot's never been good. It really has never been a clean ballot. And the thing is that like Curtis Lewa, for instance, he not only ran as a Republican, he ran on the animal rights ticket. So he was on it twice. Zoran Mamdani was already running as an independent and as a Democratic nominee, so he was on there twice. I think he was on the Progressive Party. Andrew Cuomo decided late that he was going to run as an independent as well. He did it right at the deadline, thinking that he might lose. So he was on there just the one time. And the independents always get buried below. Mm-hmm. And so, yes, it's a convoluted ballot, but I think New Yorkers are used to it. I don't think that's the reason Zoran Mamdani won, because the Democrats usually right at the top of the list. Mm-hmm. I do think that there was just this outpouring of young votes that are buying into everything he says. Everything he talks about is true. There's an affordability issue in New York, probably more than anywhere else in the world. There's not enough housing. They have 95 or 96% capacity for housing. Mm-hmm. And so everything he talked about are real problems. It's his solutions that are the problem. It's his solutions that are never going to happen. And everything he talks about is free. I mean, he's talking about freezing the rent. Now, that sounds great if you're living in one of those apartments and you have your rent frozen. What if you own those apartments? Right. It's not all rich people that own those apartments. It's some small business owners that own those apartments, and that's how they feed their family. All of a sudden, you're going to say to them, when prices go up and costs go up, and they have to do all the maintenance on these buildings, you're not going to make any more money. All of it sounds great. Mm-hmm. And I think that's the reason he was able to win this election. It all sounds great. Free buses sounds great. Free childcare sounds great. Government grocery stores sounds great, especially when they're going to sell things for half the price and put other businesses out of business. Mm-hmm. But none of it can happen without money, and he has no way of getting that money.
It's crazy. It's just crazy. Justin, I'm texting you the ballot, by the way. So when you look at this, what's the mood? I mean, right away, immediately, and we played earlier, and we could play a clip of it, but we played earlier Mamdani speaking out and talking about who he's going to hire and commissioners and that sort of thing, who he's going to put in charge. But what's the reaction to the fire commissioner just going back to his big private sector job, but and somebody who, by the way, is a Jewish American in New York, quitting immediately, just saying, nope, I'm not going to work for this guy who he obviously believes is anti-Semitic, among other things.
Oh, no, he doesn't anymore. He did a year ago, but that's all gone now. None of the things he said he believed before very fervently, apparently, he believes anymore now that he's running for office. Although we saw in his speech a change again when he was so angry and he was threatening people. All of a sudden, this nice, smiling socialist became, an angry jihadist when he got up on the stage. Yes, I think you're going to see more people being fired. The big story up right now is the police commissioner, Jessica Tisch. Yes. Now, Jessica Tisch, you might know the last name. She's Lawrence or Larry Tisch's daughter. Mm-hmm. She's a billionaire. She doesn't need this job. But she has been tremendous as police commissioner, wonderful as police commissioner. And one of the reasons that a lot of people, a lot of Democrats, weren't endorsing Zoran Mamdani is because of his position on the police and the fact that he has called them in the past racist, anti-queer, threats to safety in the city. He's gone way overboard in criticizing police. And many of those Democrats said, listen, if you promise to bring back Jessica Tisch, you'll get my endorsement. But you have to say you're going to bring back Jessica Tisch. So even though he doesn't believe in any of the things she believes in, she wants to get rid of cashless bail. Mm-hmm. She wants to get rid of the reform law on discovery. She wants to have juveniles on serious crimes be charged as adults. I mean, she's tough on crime. And we have the lowest crime rate we've ever had in New York right now because of her, because she has all that database. She's been brilliant. She used to work in a terrorism task force, and she uses a database to put the police where they're needed. And so now he's facing some backlash from the left for keeping her on. However, Jessica Tisch will not say she's going to take the job, even if he offers it. And Mayor Adams was being interviewed, and when they asked him about it, he turned into Ralph Cramden, humming. And he would not answer the question. I don't think she's coming back. I think she's running for mayor.
But she in the
She's
past.
going to wait.
I'm sorry. I mean,
Go ahead. No, please go.
So she in the past was asked about this repeatedly, and I think one of your friends, Rosanna, had asked her about it, and she has consistently said she's a public servant, and like you're saying, you know, she's a billionaire heiress, doesn't need any money, but she's a public servant. But she says she's not a politician. She was committed to her role as New York City police commissioner. So, but you think now at this point that she'll feel the calling? Right?
Here's the reason I think this.
Okay.
The reason I think this is because there has been some polling done. Nobody knows who's paying for it. Some polling done about how do you feel about Jessica Tisch as mayor. And so a lot of people have been getting these phone calls, and they thought that was very interesting. Who's paying for that?
Mm-hmm.
And nobody can find out what the source of that is. So there's somebody interested in that role, and I'm sure she's hearing from lots of people, you know what, if this guy messes up, this job's yours in 4 years. And listen, I don't care what she said about public service. You know, the highest public service is being mayor of New York City. And if she has that calling, and this isn't her first job with the city. As I said, she was head of the terrorism task force.
Mm-hmm.
She was the trash commissioner for a while and did an incredible job at that. She is highly respected in New York.
Yeah.
And she is really impressive.
Yeah, she's good.
If she runs, that's Zora Mamdani's worst nightmare.
Well, as far as that goes, and I know New York mayors are term limited to 2, but as far as that, or 2 consecutive, but as far as that goes with her, can't you be a public servant if you, like Trump is? Because you could just say, I'm not going to take the salary. I'll just donate it back. I'm doing this as a public servant.
Yeah, I mean, if she
Right?
wanted to, I don't know if she takes the salary now. That's a really good question. I don't really know the answer to that. She certainly doesn't need the salary, but I would guess right now, if you were to take a poll in New York City, she'd finish number 1.
Yeah.
As in popularity, because she's that highly regarded and highly respected, and she's amazing. She's really tied up and tight on interviews. Never says the wrong thing, never gives up anything wrong. And then you see her do that, and she's very officious. And then you see her give a speech, like when a police officer is killed, like what happened here a short while ago with the mass shooting on Park Avenue with the guy that had the concussion from playing football when he showed up and had the mass shooting.
She was great.
She spoke at not only mosques, but at synagogues, and she spoke at churches. She was brilliant. And so I don't mean to make this a huge Jessica Tisch commercial, but she is the one to watch. Wait to see if she takes the job as police commissioner, because if not, wow, there has to be a reason for that.
So I looked it up. She does, according to multiple news sources, New York Times, etc. She does take her salary of $286,600. So she takes a salary, but I would imagine you and I have talked about her. She's quite philanthropic and probably donates more than that with just into the community,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, I would imagine.
So with regard to this, and I don't know if Justin has had time to grab. We do this we do our own transition because we're going from the morning show until this show until noon. So then Greg Starr, Greg, who you know well, he leaves. Justin Otero comes in. So we were going to do a little comparison though, and just play a little bit more of Mondavi. I almost said Mondavi. Is that a winery? Maybe we all need to drink more.
Believe me, I've mispronounced his name so many times.
Mamdani, I should say.
Yeah.
but Mayor-elect Mamdani. So we were going to play some of him during that night because it was you and I were talking about it the other night, Larry. It's very well written, but there's a difference to it that everybody noticed. The cadence, the fact that he was sort of not screaming, because that was like a Hillary Clinton thing, that when she was in front of a crowd, she would do that screechy thing, which some people do. But this was a specific delivery that he gave that was very different, and then combined with the fact that the speech was so different than anything we'd heard, right?
Right. No, it's not Love and Roses anymore. It's not the smiling socialist. He was yelling. He was angry. There's no question. And he was almost combative, especially when he talked about Trump. I thought that it was incredible that he chose that night after he knew he won to do that. And then he walked off with Bollywood music. And so he never played anything like that. I think now he's been unleashed. Watch out.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Do you have a little snippet, Justin? Let's listen and watch.
Delivers exactly that. On January 1st, I will be sworn in as the mayor of New York City. And that is because of you. So before I say anything else, I must say this. Thank you. Thank you to the next generation of New Yorkers who refused to accept that the promise of a better future was a relic of the past. You showed that when politics speaks to you without condescension, we can usher in a new era of leadership.
So there it is. And then I know that President Trump was being asked to his reaction from that sort of mic drop intended Mamdani moment where he says, I know you're watching, to you, Trump, I know you're watching, turn up the volume, something to that effect, and and that got a big laugh. But we haven't heard that kind of sarcasm, Larry.
Yeah, no, I mean, he can be biting sometimes, but he usually only does it when somebody comes after him. He always has a line if somebody comes after him. But it's unusual. He is more, I think he fancied himself as an Obama clone because he's more a hope and change guy. And he usually doesn't have that delivery.
Mm-hmm.
And I think a lot of people were taken aback by, who is this guy?
Yeah.
This guy's a lot different than he was before. But I think you're going to see a lot of this. You know, he didn't talk. If you take a listen to any of his old clips of him talking, when he talked about globalizing the Intifada, when he talked about the cops, when he talked about capitalism, when he talked about Israel, he was mean. He was mean and he was aggressive and he was angry. And then that all changed when he ran for mayor, all of it. And people bought into it because he was offering them free stuff. But now I think you're going to see the real him come out. I think you just saw a taste of it in his acceptance speech. But he is – I think New York is in for a rude awakening. I don't think they know what they voted for.
That's really scary. All right, let's play. We have you have Trump reacting. Here's President Trump.
You know, I'm so torn because I would like to see the new mayor do well because I love New York. I really love New York. When I left New York for Washington, New York was doing really well, but there were some bad signs. The bad sign was a guy named de Blasio. So the signs of de Blasio, that was the beginning, and it was bad. This one, we're going to look. For 1,000 years, communism has not worked. Communism or the concept of communism has not worked. I tend to doubt it's going to work this time.
Did you see his victory speech?
It's literally never worked. Yeah, I thought it was a very angry speech, certainly angry toward me, and I think he should be very nice to me. You know, I'm the one that sort of has to approve a lot of things coming to him, so he's off to a bad start.
Eek. Your reaction?
Yeah. Well, he's been saying a lot of this. Look, this is the best thing that happened to the Republican Party and to Donald Trump. He now has a foil, and he's going to – that was the nicest he's ever been. I think he decided when he goes low, you go high. And so he was a little bit softer that time than he normally is. But look, they're going to use this guy, Zohran Mamdani. The whole reason he's been getting so much national attention is because of Donald Trump. Donald Trump wants him to get national attention. Donald Trump wants him to be in the forefront of everybody. And more than anything else, Donald Trump wants him to fail. So he can use him as a cautionary tale. He can point to Zohran Mamdani and say, look, this is what the Democratic Party has become.
Mm-hmm.
They are progressive, they're socialist, they're communist, and they want to ruin the country. Their policies would ruin the country. He will be using him in the midterms to win elections across the country. And so when he says he wants to cut funding, he just wants this guy to fail. Because if what happens to New York City that everybody's predicting is going to happen to New York City, it's going to be good for Donald Trump. It's going to be good for the Republican Party. And I think that when everybody else was playing checkers, he was playing chess early on when he came out and made him a national figure. Because he thought, I've got something. I have something with the crazy Democrats, the far progressives that have taken over the party, now has a face, and his name is Zohran Mamdani.
And I have two things I have to ask you about what today is. There's a special meeting with today's National Day that I do want to get to ask you about. That's a personal question. But our son, in one of his high school plays, this is David, he played like Zoltar, the fortune teller. And whenever I see the Mamdani, the purple sort of graphic with Zohran's name, it sort of evokes that Zoltar thing. I don't know if has anybody else thought that, or am I alone? Right?
I think you're alone on that.
Okay,
but
sorry.
That's pretty funny. I remember that. I do remember that. I just think it's funny that nobody can say his name right. I wonder how long it's going to take.
Well, it's Zohran Mamdani. It's a cool name. It just what I'm talking about is his actual logo. For his campaign was not Mamdani, which I think is Mayor Mamdani alliteration, like is a cool. I would have gone with that, but he goes with Zohran is the big, on the pulpit or whatever, you know what I mean, on the stage with the purple and the coloring and the graphics just remind me of like Zoltar. I don't know. It's just
having a Z is like Zorro.
Okay.
Anytime you can start your name with a Z, that looks pretty cool.
True. That's a good
point. I'm sure that plays into part of it. Because Mamdani is like, it sounds foreign. It's not as mundane, that's very good, but it also sounds like it's somebody from a foreign land. Zohran sounds like a superhero.
Okay. But it rhymes with moron.
That's true. That's one thing he's not. The one thing you can give him a lot of credit for, he's a very bright guy. He's a very glib guy. He's a good-looking guy. He knows the media. He's an incredible candidate. He was invented, as we've said before about other candidates, like he was invented in a lab. It's like he's trained all his life for this moment. And he may have. That's what's scary about this. I think there's a lot of people behind him that do not want to be shown. And I think those people may end up being a little frightening because if we find out, I'm sure George Soros has given him a fortune. I'm sure there's a lot of foreign money going to him. I'm sure his parents, who are, by the way, further to the left than he is, especially his dad, have been giving him a lot of money. He's got a lot of crazy support behind him. Look, we are in New York. We're in for a shock. In Philadelphia and the rest of the country, you guys are in for a show.
Well said. So the final thing, I just earlier, Greg Stocker and Nick Cale brought this up. Today, November 6th, 2025. Do you know what day it is, Lair?
No.
It's National Men Make Dinner Day.
Really?
Yeah. Not order takeout, but Men Make Dinner Day. Created to encourage men to cook for their wives and families and give women a break.
Wow.
It's a
I'm
holiday.
not sure exactly how you celebrate that. I'm not even sure if it's a day of celebration.
They always ask.
That's a
They always
sad
ask
day.
if you. It's a sad day. Well, I said, well, it's a day when it's good for the restaurant business because Larry would just order takeout, which I fully admit we've done a lot more of lately because it's busy and it's election season. But I don't know.
Because you don't cook.
Lately, I lately especially, but because we're both working so much. But in all seriousness, what is your favorite dish that you make? Because you don't really grill.
Peanut butter and jelly. I make an excellent peanut butter
Which
and
is
jelly, by
good.
the way. Yeah.
Which is delicious.
So I can do that.
What else do you make?
Jelly and peanut butter.
I love it. I love it. Yeah, I don't know.
I just switch the ingredients up a little bit,
Switch-
and it's delicious.
You know, peanut butter and jelly is underrated. I will say it's like the best ever. But so do you have a twist, like a Delco, because you're born and raised in Delco, actually. You're from Philadelphia. But do you have a twist on a PBJ? Like, how did your mom make it when you were little Larry, as she sometimes referred to you?
I used to take it to the Saturday matinees at the Lansdowne Theater to watch like Three Stooges movies and Santa Claus and the Martians, and then she would cut it up into little squares. That's what she would do for me. And they allowed you back then to bring food into the theater. And nowadays they arrest you, but because that's how they make their money. But back then, all the kids used to have little containers and little packs from their parents, and that's what she used to do. But yeah, I think it really is an underrated food. The fact that if you look at NFL games, everybody's eating those Crustables on the sidelines for protein and energy.
True.
So yeah, I'm a big PJ guy.
PBJ. But your mom in heaven, Kitty Quinlan Menti from Kitty Claire Quinlan, right, from Delco, well, actually originally from West Philadelphia. She once told me that she would put like a little bit of like the marshmallow fluff, that you liked that. Is that true? Do you remember that? The PBJ with little of the white, like the marshmallow fluff stuff?
I don't remember that at all. When did you talk to her? She was losing it at the end. Maybe you got her then.
I don't know. I mean, she said sometimes, I don't know. Maybe that was.
I don't remember.
Maybe that's what she made for like, her favorite kids, Bobby and Kathleen and Marilyn. I'm just teasing.
Yeah, they got the marshmallow. I don't remember that at all.
Yeah, that's what. No, I mean, your siblings, many of whom listen, all say no. Larry was the favorite. He was the baby.
Yeah, and they're gonna say to me, Larry, she used to put it in all the time. You just don't remember it, because apparently in my family I'm always wrong.
Yeah, it's true. Larry jokes sometimes that they like me better than.
Oh no, that's absolutely true. I'm not joking when I say that. That's absolutely true. Actually, if truth be told, I like you a little bit better than me.
Aw. Love you, honey. See, he's just saying that right now because he doesn't really want to celebrate National Husbands Make Dinner for the Ladies and the Wives Day.
Oh, no, I don't have to say anything for that. I'm just not going to do it.
I know. And then Michael, about 5 o'clock, will be like, hey, what should I order?
Yeah, or Michael
delivery?
will make it. Michael is the best person I know. I mean,
know.
Michael will feel bad, and he'll make it, and he'll pretend it's me.
Well, Lair Bear, drive safe. I know that we have a lot of news to cover. I have Dr. Michael Busler upcoming in the next hour. We'll hear from President Trump speaking about the economy. And I think we have some other live breaking news as well, locally, nationally. See you at home, honey.
All right, I'm just going to fight these U-Hauls, but I should be able to make it out of here. I'll see you at home.
Yeah, he broke up just it was like almost
great timing,
right? It was weird as we started to lose the signal there, but yeah. I know every day lately, Nick Kale is talking about food every day, and then Justin and I during the commercial break have been like, "Are you starving?" And now I just want a PBJ with the little, what do they call it? It's like the marshmallow, like the fluffer.
Fluffernutter?
Yeah. Like, I haven't had that in forever. That's like my mom. Do you guys remember that?
I was
It's like
looking
the
at
best thing.
Larry mentioned Uncrustables, and that just got me on the Uncrustable rabbit hole.
So good. Yeah. Like football. And John is here, who looks like Linda Kearns. We have to get a snapshot of John. So John with the hoodie up, but you look, see Matt DeSantis. Matt started, I don't know, I started 10 years ago next week. So Matt was then a local college student. This was before his Harvard days and his early afternoon days, obviously. But John kind of looks like Matt DeSantis, like a young. You look kind of, do people tell you that? You look like a Matt DeSantis?
Well, I've never actually seen Matt DeSantis
Oh.
in person, but Linda Kearns yesterday was saying that she has a crush on me and Matt.
Aw. It's so sweet. And, she's a wealthy lawyer, so kind of good. You know what I mean? She brings us gifts. So it's kind of nice to be in her favor. I'm just saying. But yeah, at first I thought, is that Matt? Because you had your hood up. But that's the look. So you're training in, what's going on here behind the scenes?
Yeah, I've been training I was on Rich's show all week. I did that by myself all week, which was kind of cool. They want to get me on Walter's show most of the time.
Okay, cool. This is good. So what I started lobbying for, and now I'm going to lobby for it more, is that, so if you notice, the morning show used to be, back in the day, there were like two people, right? And when we went to mornings, we were in the old building, then we came to the new building here on Market Street, and we had what did we have? Like 3 people with all of us. All of a sudden, do you notice the staff that's on the morning show? I mean, it's like a gazillion people.
There's 5.
It's crazy.
3 hosts. You've got what?
Well, no, you forgot to say that we have 4 boxes now a day.
Oh, yeah, because you
Monday
have
through Friday.
a specialty guest
There's
every single day
the specialty, the guest box host I'm talking about. So there are 4 boxes. Then there are like a bazillion, you know what I mean? Like we got executive, we got the associate, we got a video producer, and then everybody leaves. Do you know what I'm saying? And then, so what I'm lobbying for.
Look at Zioli. It's just me.
Right.
I'm the only one that does, because Matt's in Arizona. So it's just me doing
So by
everything.
the time, the evenings, it's like it's almost like that. I don't know, like the, it's almost like the pyramid, right? Where you start in the morning with breakfast and it's like a staff, like a smorgasbord, huge amount of people. And then here we have like some leftovers, but technically, a lot of you are working on all of the production to put out on social media, the morning show. So a lot of right. And then as the day goes on, it's like less and less. And then there's like barely. Because Zioli,
Dom, who has Henry and Kirk.
Yeah.
Then Zioli, which is normally just me. And
What is up with that? So see, I'm lobbying that we have a video producer. We keep some of that. We have retention. You know what I'm saying?
Would certainly make my life easier.
Because you're doing everything. It's crazy. So that's my pitch. 855-839-1210. So around the corner, what do we have? We have Dr. Michael Busler will be upcoming. So we'll look at everything economic and refute everything that Greg Stocker says about quote unquote Trump's economy. Because, that's why I try to get that recorded with experts. Because Greg always says that, no, the economy is tough. That's my Greg Stocker imitation. The economy is rough. You're biased. Which is sort of it sounds like Marge Simpson. It's kind of like Marge Simpson, Greg Stocker combo. But in any event, you'll hear all things Trump. There's some Trump breaking news. We'll get to that. We'll get to all the local breaking news. Your thoughts, 855-839-1210. Sincerely, thank you for being here today. I'm honored to be with you, even though we don't have the luxurious stuff. Could you bring me the printout and staple it before you bring it in to me? Not really, because there's nobody to print. But we'll be right back.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Who would have thought that finding a Medicare partner you can trust could feel this good? Partnering with HealthSpring means you get Medicare Advantage plans with the benefits you need. Get up to $1,620 back in your Social Security check each year. Want dental, vision, and hearing services? Of course. HealthSpring Medicare Advantage plans mean financial peace of mind and freedom to enjoy life your way. Connect with a local licensed insurance agent for HealthSpring. It'll put a spring in your step. Visit healthspringmedicare.com/radio. That's healthspringmedicare.com/radio. Benefit options vary by plan and service area. You must reside in the plan service area. HealthSpring will reduce your monthly Part B premium based on the plan's specific benefit amount. HealthSpring products and services are provided exclusively by or through operating subsidiaries of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer, and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence winner for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2026 Lexus models are here and moving fast. The amazing team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at LexusofCherryHill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
Is now the right time to start saving?
How can I move my financial goalposts even an inch?
Can money actually buy happiness?
What's it take to live like a royal in Queen Village?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made ready. Member FDIC.
Experience casino like never before at Bet365. Spin your way through your favorite games. Check out our awesome table games and face off against a real live dealer. And play exclusive games that you simply can't play anywhere else. New Bet365 players get a 100% deposit match bonus up to $1,000 plus spins. Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Don Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
We have a national shutdown, and that is coming tomorrow. When you think about what this day is of our shutdown, on this Thursday, November 6th, day 37 of the government shutdown, we are keeping an eye on the Oval. President Trump expected to deliver some news today, so obviously we'll cover any and all breaking news, but particularly when President Trump speaks. But on this day 37 of the shutdown, do we have any updates? One of them we've been talking about, Philadelphia International Airport is one of the 40-some airports specifically identified with a 10% slowdown, if you will. And that is because of the government shutdown. That is because of our air traffic controllers, obviously. And so that means, I believe it means 1 million plus flights impacted by this. And that's throughout the nation. But for Philly International, if you're flying out, watch out. By the way, just a little side note here. I had mentioned to my husband, Larry Menti, earlier, who was gracious enough to call in. It's National Men Make Dinner Day, okay? The first Thursday in November, which is today, but it's also National Cash Back Day. It's National Nachos Day, and National Saxophone Day. So I love these. I don't know who comes up with these, but I think they're a lot of fun. So National Nachos Day, just to make you a little hungrier, if you will. So let's get to President Trump. We'll talk about the economy moving forward, obviously with Dr. Michael Busler, our economics professor. So here is President Trump. Let's go through this a little bit. And before I do that really quick, because I'm talking about what today is, November 6th. What were you doing? What was I doing 1 year ago today, November 6th? Well, let's show you the picture of last night. This gives you your clue of a little celebratory dinner. So President Trump, cabinet members gathered last night because, of course, November 5th, 2024, we were all celebrating that night. Well, we were on the air here at Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Remember, we were on the air, and that's when it was election night, and Trump won, obviously. Zioli said, Mr. President, what do you say to all the people who are still in line? And he said, that's right, stay in line. And you stayed in line. And what a wonderful evening it was on November 5th, Election Day, a year ago, because, of course, Trump was reelected. And then they held this, I don't know if you showed it yet, but they held this dinner last night where they were just celebrating the November 5th, 2024 victory. And it was a great set. Yeah, Amy, this is for you, all of our Trumpaholics, just taking you back a year ago. So November 6th then was the day after celebration. We were all just, oh my gosh. I wore my pink Trump hat, I think. And one of them, I think I wore pink with the Trump hat, but maybe I wore the red one. I'm not sure. But in this one, did you see it? I think I texted it to you. Did you have it? It was, you didn't get it? All right. That's all right. I put it out on social. Anyway, it was a wonderful dinner they had. So let's get to Trump. Here he is in Miami talking about the economy, talking about elections. Let's go. Here's Trump.
Our opponents are offering an economic nightmare. We're delivering an economic miracle. We have delivered in 9 months. This is the biggest investment of funds in a country in history by many times. That's good. They want higher spending for government and illegal aliens. We want bigger paychecks for American workers and American families, and that's what we're delivering. You see that. They stand for crime and chaos and corruption. We stand for law and order and justice. Also, strong borders. Boy, do we have strong borders. They put America last. We put America first. We put America first. And as long as I'm in the White House, the United States is not going communist in any way, shape, or form. We'll stop it. We're going to stop it. Stop this nonsense.
So stop this nonsense. This was at that Miami business dinner. Trump was there. So I did text you that. It's Stephen Miller, Caroline Levitt, Susie Wiles, many others on the anniversary of Donald J. Trump's woohoo landslide. Yeah, baby. So what a difference a year makes. So you think of 1 year later, and obviously it's an off-year election. And what happens? We talked about, I won't go into it because we talked about it so much earlier this morning on Kale & Co. And that's the beauty, really, of being live and local. Thank you for being here. If you're listening on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, if you're on the Odyssey app, if you're on the YouTube feed, thank you so much. And you can watch us if we're on a screen someplace. But that's just it. There are no matinees. And so I do want to hear from you as well. Is Trump MAGA? You know, we talk about the Make America Great Again, which was a phrase coined by Ronald Reagan back in the day. Trump made it famous. And some people say, well, this is the MAGA movement, the new Republican Party. But I think if we look at the election that just happened this week, I think Trump is the MAGA movement. And without him, what we see is, what we see is what we saw Tuesday. So it's basically he is such a ball of energy, and he motivates everybody and he fires everybody up. And that's why I suggested this week that I think if Trump had held a rally or two in New Jersey, I personally think Jack Ciattarelli would have won. I do. I think that Trump makes the difference. And I think that if there, especially closer to Election Day, I know that people are going to argue with me and say, well, but that would have triggered all the anti-Trumpers. Young men didn't come out like they should have. Republicans didn't come out like they should have. And Trump just articulates that message better than anybody. And by the way, you know what? Not for nothing. If Trump had gotten, and I just want you to think about this, because we would have been so fired up with it. If he had a rally or two, and I know he's busy, right? But if Trump had done a rally, let's say a South Jersey one and a North Jersey one, had one of these huge rallies, or middle, like more in the middle, where, because Justin, don't you live sort of somewhere in the belly button of New Jersey? Big Jersey.
I live more towards the rear end, so we shall say.
Oh, okay.
Down in Bridgeton in South
Okay.
Jersey.
So here's the thing. 855-839-1210. Let me just pose this to you. That I believe that if Trump had held two rallies, closer in to this past Tuesday's election, he would have fired people up. He would have motivated independents, young men, right, to get out the vote more than anybody could. But as well, because he shines a light on something, he would have just leaned into and talked about all the lies, all the commercials, because Ciattarelli was outspent. By the way, he could have raised money as well. But he would have just obliterated the fact that she just lied out and out. I know the answer is, well, political ads lie, or they bend the truth. No, these were some pretty big lies, and they were never refuted. So that's what I'm going to say. It wasn't just about the shutdown. It wasn't about the other things. I will submit to you that if Trump had held rallies in New Jersey, Jack Ciattarelli today would be getting his administration ready to be the next governor of New Jersey.
Especially in those places where, he outperformed Kamala. He flipped, 5 counties in New Jersey.
Do you realize what you just said? Oh, okay.
I'm saying, if Trump held rallies, in those areas where he performed
But you
well.
purposely said Kamala because you were referring... Did you call Mikey Cheryl Kamala?
No, I was talking about like where Trump outperformed Kamala, like in 2024.
I thought you were doing I see
it.
I thought that
Yeah.
you were being funny.
But like in South Jersey, where he outperformed, like he flipped 5 counties in New Jersey red. If he had held like rallies in those specific counties, especially like up in just outside of like the heavy like Mikey and Kamala blocks of Passaic, Essex, Bergen, like in those areas where Morris, where he probably could have flipped it red if he would have held a rally there. In Cumberland, in Atlantic, in Gloucester, if he held a South Jersey rally, he probably could have helped Jack a lot.
So do you agree with me, or I mean, because I live in Pennsylvania, I've been a homeowner in New Jersey for a number of years, but but I don't own a home in Jersey anymore. But are you born and raised in New Jersey,
Yeah,
Justin?
born and raised.
So as a New Jersey resident, what do you think about my theory that 2 rallies, not 1, 2 Trump rallies?
Yeah, one in the north, one in the south.
So what do you think do you think it would have pulled Jack to victory?
I think it would have. We're talking like I think it would have been a slim margin of victory, like a 0.5 points. Like it would have been close, a lot closer than the actual results ended up being. But I think it would have made it significantly closer than what the actual results were.
But do you think Jack would have won? Sorry, I'm really putting you on the spot here.
Heart of Hearts says he ekes it out. He performed because even without Trump, he outperformed what he did against Murphy in 21. So I think Heart of Hearts with the 2 Trump rallies, he pulls it out.
And I agree with that. I think that Trump would have made that difference. And there's a good and bad in that, because when Trump isn't out there in front, Republicans lose. I mean, look at this last election. So that's not good for the party. And so what's the solution? 855-839-1210. Did Bill Spadia on New Jersey 101.5, did Spadia ever come out with endorsement of Jack? See, here's the thing. If you take the money, so when you become a candidate, right, you get a lot of money as a candidate, just automatically to run a campaign and that sort of thing. So I just would say that I know, and I don't know what that's like to lose in a primary election. I know it hurts and all that good stuff. But for me, I just think if you take that money and you say you are a partisan person, you identify as a Republican or a Democrat, but you take the GOP money, then I think you have an obligation to endorse the candidate that the people chose. And the people spoke. That's the way people speak at the polls. And so for Bill Spadia to go back, get his biggity big radio job, high paid job, it's a great gig, right? So he gets back his job, started in September. And for him, you think all of September, all of October, for 2 months and a week in November to not endorse, I think that's shameful. I think it's selfish, and I think it's egotistical of him. I praise him for his service as a United States Marine. I like him. I know a lot of you love him and were really disappointed, but I'm going to say this: he may run again in politics, and oftentimes you see that when people, Justin, to your point, when people run once, twice, 3 times, there are people who run many, many times, and you learn a lot, you grow, but you also make a name for yourself, right? And so that's how you build a base. You also, it's like lifting weights. You become a stronger candidate. And so I will just say with Spadia, I am disappointed in you, even though I like you as a person. I know you're a patriot. I know that it's a kick in the stomach and you feel sick to lose like that with all the momentum and the people who volunteer for you. But I think at the same time, it's not all about you. And it's about the people of New Jersey who deserve lower taxes when they pay the highest property taxes. And the people of New Jersey, even those who did not vote for the Republican candidate, they're going to soon realize what they've done. And it's a shame, but they deserved better than Mikey Sherrill, who I think is not an impressive, she's not an impressive person to me. She doesn't even, there were times when a friendly interviewer would ask her, well, what do you believe in, or what are you most proud of as a Congress member? She couldn't even name it. And so I know she is well a patriot as far as serving our country, okay. But I think that the people of New Jersey deserve lower property taxes, deserve better representation, deserve schools that celebrate a parent's right to be the number one person making the decisions in their children's lives. And so that means parental rights. That's what Jack was about too. And so I am disappointed in you, Bill Spadea. You need to do better. And I hope he does run again, by the way. But I just think, just reevaluate those moments in your, and we all have all done that in our private lives. And that's important. But Bill Spadea, you need to apologize to New Jersey. And there are no New Jersey television stations that exist. 101.5 stands alone in being a station that's just New Jersey, and that's their slogan. But Bill Spadea, you need to apologize to New Jersey because you should have done more to get Jack Ciattarelli elected. And you had that power. You have a powerful platform. And by you not doing that, you were basically telling Republicans to stay home, and they did. Shame on you. Because New Jersey and New Jerseyans deserve lower taxes, parental rights. And you had a lot of power to take that when you took your job back in September, and you did not do that, and you failed all of us. So please make those appropriate in-flight adjustments before you run next time. And I know you will, and you're a great candidate, and you'll run again, and I hope you win because not many Republicans win. But let's be better. Shame on you. So there it is, 855-839-1210. Be right back.
The markets are once again near record highs, but only after a steep 20% drop in April. So many investors are afraid of missing out on market growth that they forget the cardinal rule of investing: buy low and sell high.
Carl Beckers.
Marilyn Beckers, Malvern, Pennsylvania. Now that the market is high, it is the perfect time to get into crash-proof retirement.
Crash-proof retirement this year allowed us to earn 13% and as high as 20% returns.
A gain on Wall Street is only on paper. With crash-proof, your interest is credited, it becomes part of your principal, and it never goes backward.
Schedule an appointment or register for one of our next events happening at Springfield Country Club on December 9th. Choose either the 11 a.m. or 5 p.m. event, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano with exciting news. Bentz Dental Group now has 2 board-certified prosthodontists. Dr. Bentz's daughter, Dr. Emily Bentz, successfully completed her board certification. So when you have an issue that requires highly specialized care or perhaps a second opinion, I encourage you to do what I did. Call my friends at Bentz Dental Group 610-272-6949 or visit their website at bentzdentalgroup.com.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello! Black Friday sales are here, and many consumers complain that the discounts aren't as deep as they used to be. Well, that's not true at National Appliance Warehouse. They've negotiated big discounts directly from manufacturers and are passing them right on to you. It all adds up to the biggest savings event of the year. That makes appliances from National Appliance Warehouse the best bang for your Black Friday buck. You deserve the perfect appliances and to enjoy an unbeatable experience. We're fully staffed with friendly professionals who are dedicated to delivering all of that, all while delivering the Black Friday savings you remember.
The Black Friday mega sale is underway at National Appliance Warehouse. Massive savings on GE appliances. Save up to 43%. Wow, 43% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Pump up your energy savings with the new Bradford White Aerotherm G2, the only hybrid electric heat pump water heater manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. It's a Bradford White, so it's built to be the best for years of reliable performance, top efficiency, and energy savings. Plus, rebates and tax credits could save you thousands more. How you heat your water matters. So ask your plumbing pro about the Aerotherm heat pump water heater and visit bradfordwhite.com to learn more.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Little ABBA, little Mamma Mia. Maybe President Trump today is saying, Mamma Mia, the money is never funny. He never laughs about this. He takes it very seriously. So President Trump, I know that he was speaking to senators. We had, obviously, Senator Dave McCormick yesterday, to Republican senators saying, get this shutdown out of here. We're now in a record situation, and we know that President Trump is expected to speak out at some point today. But when we think about all things economic, that always brings me to Dr. Michael Busler, Stockton University. Wanted to welcome you in and talk about tariffs, the SCOTUS debate yesterday, and all things economic. Hi, Michael.
Hi, Dawn. How are you? My pleasure to be here again.
Well, you know, we had this debate because I'm on every day from 6 a.m. to news. So I'm a co-host in the morning and then take over the hosting from 10 to noon before the Dom Giordano show. And so we were debating earlier, and Greg Stocker, who's the contrarian, because I was saying, hey, inflation is about where it was when President Trump came into office about 10 months ago, a little over. And then, you know, looking at the numbers, I see improvement. Greg Stocker said, well, we don't have the job growth and, you know, things are more expensive. There are two different economies, et cetera, et cetera. So as we, first of all, the state of the economy, what do you see? And do you feel that that those are fair statements? Basically, I'm saying, was Greg right or wrong? I'm putting you in a spot, right? Then I can play the clip to Greg tomorrow. You see what I'm doing here? It's an audience of one, yeah. Dr. Busler.
Okay, so he's actually right and wrong. So in terms of where the economy is, now the government shut down. So typically at the end of October, we would have had the growth rate for the third quarter of this year, which we don't have. The second quarter of the year had very good growth, 3.8%, I believe. Mm-hmm. The third quarter, most of my colleagues are estimating somewhere in the 3% growth range. So it looks like the economy is still growing. With regard to jobs, though, again, we don't have the government opened up, so we don't have any jobs numbers. Private estimates, ADP, who's the payroll company, they estimated about 40,000 jobs were created last month. That's not great, but it's certainly better than what we've had in the past. As I said when I was on last week, I expected the Federal Reserve to cut interest rates. I would have liked to see a 50 basis point cut. They only cut 25%. As I mentioned, that would be the most likely. So at this point, without all the data, it's a little hard to tell what's happening. Clearly, though, the job market is not creating enough jobs. When that happens, the Federal Reserve usually is a little more aggressive in cutting interest rates. There are 12 members of the Board of Governors that vote on this. 10 of them voted to drop it 1/4 of a point. One voted not to drop it at all, and one voted to cut it 50 basis points. And Jerome Powell's comment says there was a lot of spirited discussion on both sides, and he concluded by saying a rate cut in December, his words were, are not a foregone conclusion. I think they're going to end up cutting in December. I'm assuming the government's going to get opened up at some point, hopefully fairly soon. There'll be some data coming out, but I think some of the weaker job numbers will encourage the Fed to cut interest rates again in December. They're still in a restrictive range. Now they're down under 4%, the federal funds rate. But if it's above 3.25, 3.5-ish, it's usually considered restrictive. So it's still in a restrictive range, and you keep it that way because you have a fear of inflation. However, as you pointed out, the inflation rate today is about what it was when President Trump took office. Now it did go down and went back up again, but it's not any worse than when he took office. The conclusion is, I believe, that the tariffs have not caused any inflation. Now they're debating some of this, in front of the Supreme Court, whether it's legal to do that. They kept bringing up that a tariff is a tax, and you're putting a tax on consumers. However, if prices did not go up, and again, the inflation rate's about the same as it was. If inflation didn't go up, then the consumer hasn't really felt the effects of these tariffs. So it's not really a tax on consumers. And on the positive side, it's raised about $200 billion, which will help with this massive deficit that we have. So in my view, once the data comes out, I think the jobs numbers will indicate that the Fed should keep cutting interest rates. I don't think we're anywhere near any kind of a recession because I think we'll still have positive growth in the third quarter. And again, we'll just have to wait and see until this data comes out.
And so one of the headlines this morning, stocks rally on positive U.S. economic news and strength in chip makers. So that was one of the headlines that I had seen this morning. And I mention headlines often, Michael, because I think that the perception becomes reality because it's, everything is like a gamble on a projection. That's what our whole system is built on. And so that's why I always mention it from my media background in television news, because I do want to just point out that the media heavily influences everything that happens. Because when the media harps on something and keeps on saying, the tariffs are tough, a tariff economy, and the way that they say it and present it, you're being hit over the head no matter where you consume that media, whether it's social media, whether it's the old school television, whether it's streaming, wherever you get your media, you're going to get it from someplace. If it's all consistently hammering about, recession looming, job creation, what about people getting raises? Their wages are stagnant. It impacts people psychologically.
Absolutely. So there's a lot of data that comes out. The average person doesn't look at all this data. However, they do look at wherever they get their news, and they focus on the headlines, as you just pointed out. And it depends on what numbers you're looking at to get a feel for how the economy is doing. Most economists look at economic growth first. If the economy is growing, there's a lot of problems we need to solve, but as long as the economy is growing, it's easier to solve those problems. If the economy is not growing and went into a recession, then the problems become much more severe. So you're right. The way consumers and the public in general view this is the perception that they get from wherever they get their news. And unfortunately, many of the news outlets have a bias. So you're not getting objective reporting, and it's very difficult to form objective opinions and perceptions if you're getting information that is biased.
Yeah, and the other thing, earlier I talked about, just a second ago, I talked about headlines this morning. I just do want to point out that the Dow is, I'm looking up right now, it's down 448-ish. It looks like that's in reaction to some of the artificial intelligence type of tech stocks or related stocks.
Yeah.
That they, what does that mean? That they're being valued a little too high?
So there's a couple things happening here. When we determine whether stocks are being valued too high or not, we typically look at a price-earnings ratio. So in other words, whatever their earnings are, the price should be a multiple of that, and that's what the price-earnings ratio is. Some of the price-earnings ratios on these companies are higher than we would normally like to see. Now, that is not necessarily a bad thing, because it could indicate that the market feels there's a lot of growth potential and a lot of higher profits in the future. On the other hand, if they're overvalued, it could be a not so good thing, indicating that their prices could be going down sometime in the future. So overall, the stock market is doing well. I think some of the negative, the decline in the market today, may have something to do with the hearings in front of the Supreme Court, because even the conservative justices were a little bit skeptical when the government presented their case. Now, it doesn't mean that I don't know how they're going to vote yet, but because there was a little bit of that skepticism in there, I think it kind of spooked people and saying, hey, is the Supreme Court really going to say that tariffs aren't legal and Trump didn't have a right to do this? Now, if they do, and again, I don't think they will, but if they do, it creates one heck of a mess. I don't know if they're going to have to return all of that money.
Oh, my gosh.
And all the agreements that Trump made by threatening tariffs have all turned out to be positive. All these wars they were having, and Trump just simply said, look, if you don't end this thing, I'm going to place high tariffs on your country. You won't sell anything in the U.S., and you'll be in a lot of trouble. And I think just the threat of that encouraged these warring sides to get together and come up with a peace agreement. And he's used this, whatever he said, 7 or 8 different times, and it worked. So you can never be quite sure what is it that caused the market to react the way it did, but I suspect the negative, the decrease in stock prices today is due somewhat to some of that hearing that they had in front of the Supreme Court yesterday.
Yeah, it's and I think that's part of even Trump. I want to say it was this week. I know President Trump had talked about the fact that he didn't say the stock market would crash, but he indicated that he was worried about that the stock market has seen all these highs, and this is because of the tariffs, the success of them, etc. And then Scott Bessent, Treasury Secretary, had stated that to your point. What are we going to do? Pay back at least, all that. It would be at least 90, if not the 200 that you talked about. I mean, what? You know what I mean? That would be crazy.
Yeah, it would create a terrible mess. And on the plus side, look, when Trump put these tariffs in, I'm a free market economist, so he started talking about tariffs. And I said to myself, I don't think this is such a good idea. It's going to add to the cost of the product. You'll see inflation get worse. So I was very nervous about it, as most of my colleagues were. But if you look how it played out, it's had virtually no impact on inflation, and there's a lot of positives. To avoid the tariff, many companies operating in foreign countries said, look, we've got to avoid the tariffs. The only way to do it is to set up a manufacturing plant in the U.S. And Trump's got, I don't know how many trillions of dollars, it keeps going up, trillions of dollars of investment pledged to come into the U.S. If he gets anywhere near the numbers he's talking about, that'll go through a multiplying effect in the economy, and you'll see very rapid growth. Back in 1982, when they had the first Reagan tax cuts, similar kind of what we call supply-side tax cuts, in 1984, the economy grew at over a 7% rate. Now, I don't know if we're going to get to that, but if the investments that Trump has been talking about come to fruition in the U.S., you could see economic growth in that kind of a range. Once you get growth that high, it pretty much solves most of the problems. It's when you have slow growth that you have a lot of problems. So all that could work out to be very well. Let me make one other comment. You mentioned about AI. So we've seen in the last week or two, 10, 12 companies, large companies, saying we're reducing our workforce. And when they're saying, why are you doing that? They say, well, AI is coming in. It's going to replace a lot of workers. So that gets people very nervous. Is their job going to go away because of AI? And there will be some of that rather in the beginning, but in the longer term, the use of AI makes every worker more efficient and they can be more productive. So there may be some short-term pain, but in the long term, this will be very positive for the economy. We'll have all that growth. It'll create more opportunities for people. So whatever unemployment we'll see, I think will only be a short-term phenomena. In the long term, I think the AI is going to be extremely positive.
And so the bottom line with job and wage growth, we're still seeing growth, but is the bottom line that we don't necessarily know the exact numbers, especially in the private sector?
Because the government shut down. We don't have the exact numbers. The last ones we saw, wage increases exceeded inflation. So people are getting raises that are greater than the inflation rate. So in real terms, you're getting a real increase, and that means people can buy more, and it leads to a better standard of living. We would always like to see real wages, that is the wage increase minus the inflation rate, real wages increasing, and that does lead to that better standard of living and a lot of positive signs for the economy.
Well, let's hope they work out. I know Trump is scheduled to speak from the Oval Office at some point today, so hopefully they're working on getting this thing done. I know that Senator Kennedy, John Kennedy, and we played this earlier, Dr. Michael Busler, that Senator Kennedy has now proposed 2 different proposals to say that Congress, congressional members should not, and, they should not get their salary, earn their paycheck during a shutdown when everybody else, in fact, does not get a paycheck. I love that. I've been harping on that forever, so I'm glad that it's official.
Yeah, absolutely a great idea. They're getting paid, so they're under no pressure. They're getting
$179,000 a year.
Right, and meanwhile, people can't even get their food stamps to afford things to eat. How about the air traffic controllers and other employees who are in high-stress jobs now have to worry about can they feed their family and pay their bills at the end of the month? This shutdown should have never happened. With the Republicans, as they did the last so many times, they passed a continuing resolution, didn't add anything. All it says is whatever the Biden budget was, however much we're spending, we're just going to keep that level for another 30 or 60 days until we can figure this thing out. One last point. The Democrats are not opening the government because they say we need to add more subsidies for Obamacare recipients, and it comes out to a whole lot of money. Mm-hmm. The problem is Obamacare doesn't work. It never did work. They promised us lower premiums. We never got that. They promised us you could stay with your doctor. We never got that. They promised it would give health care to a lot of uninsured people. It went from 90% of the population had health insurance before Obamacare. 91% of the population has health insurance now. So barely did anything there. And all of these high costs that are coming in that the Democrats are shutting down the government for are a result of the Obamacare that they passed. Not one Republican voted for that. They passed it. The real solution to this is we have to take a look at Obamacare, redo the whole system so we can come up with something that doesn't have as much government interference in it that doesn't keep costs going up and provides better health care coverage for all Americans.
Dr. Michael Buffler, Stockton University, thank you so much. Really appreciate you. Hopefully the next time we get to chat and pick your brains, we will be talking about the fact that government is working for the people again. Thank you so much, Michael.
I certainly hope so. Thanks, Dawn.
Yeah. We hope and we pray. So I'll have several different breaking stories and updates that I want to bring to you. We'll take a quick break here. Be right back.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Hey, it's Mike Quick. It's time to cut your old point-of-sale systems and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leaders for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-serve kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Seems everyone has an opinion on where the stock market's going, but where should you be going? Find out with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Philadelphia is expected to be on a list of 40 airports where the FAA is reducing air traffic. Amid strain on air traffic controllers, thousands of student workers at Penn prepared to vote to authorize a strike, and Nancy Pelosi announces she will not seek re-election after her current term in the House is up.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more. At Humana, our Medicare Advantage plans give you coverage you can count on, along with guided support to help you feel your best. Our licensed sales agents are ready to help you understand your options and choose a Medicare Advantage plan that fits your needs. Things like dental, vision, and hearing coverage are included in every plan, even offering a yearly cap on out-of-pocket costs for covered medical services. And with access to Humana's large, trusted networks, it's easy to get the quality care you need. Plus, every plan has a $0 or low monthly plan premium, which makes it easier to save too. So this Medicare planning season, we can help you plan well with Humana. Learn more now at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Truth Social, speaking out in 9 short months, we've delivered historic results for the American people, and in all caps, he writes, the best is yet to come. That from President Trump, who's expected to speak out today, and a lot of happy anniversaries, meaning happy anniversaries for yesterday. That was Election Day a year ago where he won. And then today, November 6th, everybody was celebrating the night before the election, the night before. So a lot with that. President Trump, within the Dawn Show here, just putting out, and I'll read this to you. 2025 Thanksgiving dinner under Trump is 25% lower than 2024 Thanksgiving dinner under Biden. And he's quoting numbers. This was Walmart had put this out there, among others. Trump says, my costs are even lower than the Democrats on everything, especially oil and gas. So the Democrats' quote, affordability issue is dead. Stop lying. And that's essentially what I've been saying all along, that perception sometimes is reality. If you evaluate the numbers, and you just heard Dr. Michael Busler talking about it, that yes, there is job growth. Yes, there is wage growth. Yes, inflation is teeny bit lower than it was when he came into office, but heading downward, knock on wood. And what else? And the economy has grown. The GDP has grown. So thank God. So let's just hope and pray for things to continue to improve. We'll see about the SCOTUS. We'll see what Trump is going to say with regard to tariffs, and maybe he's trying to mitigate that as far as this all goes with tariffs and so on. So we'll watch it, because he has consistently said these are under emergencies, and especially he said because of the fentanyl crisis. All right, so Justin Otero, where do we want to go here? You've got a lot of audio that we want to get to.
I do love celebrating in the Vampiric One's retirement, so I think we start with our good friend Peter Ducey and the quote that he gave from the Donald himself regarding Nancy's retirement.
Chatted with President Trump about this breaking news that Nancy Pelosi will be leaving Washington. He tells me the following, and this is a quote: "The retirement of Nancy Pelosi is a great thing for America. She was evil, corrupt, and only focused on bad things for our country. She was rapidly losing control of her party, and it was never coming back. I'm very honored she impeached me twice and failed miserably twice. Nancy Pelosi is a highly overrated politician." And so that is the first word, but definitely not the last word, from President Trump about this, because about 90 minutes from right now, we do expect to see him in the Oval Office. The two of them, of course, throughout his entire first term, had historic battles, whether it was over funding, whether it was over his impeachment. The two of them did not get along at all.
Only Trump. You know what I'm saying? Don't you love the way he, quote unquote, leans in and just never minces a word? That's for sure. So you're hearing this, that President Trump expected to deliver an address from the Oval. Let's get to it. What else? What else? Do you have Trump?
Yeah, from the Truth Social post. Yeah, I've got that. Let's play that then.
It's really hard to believe, but just think of it. 1 year ago, we were still in the middle of a presidential campaign. Can you believe that? It seems like 10 years have passed since that time, since we've done so much. We have really done a lot. It's frankly a very different world. America is back, and America is respected perhaps like never before. Our economy is roaring, our border is secure, and our country is poised for greatness. We are doing better than anyone ever thought possible, and no president has ever come even close to doing what we've done in 9 months. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I love that. Thank you. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So we're awaiting President Trump's, as he's expected to speak from the Oval. But I do want to get to Erica Kirk speaking out. She was, if you haven't watched the whole interview, and I just, sat with a box of Kleenex and I had to watch it because I just loved Charlie Kirk, as you know, and Erica Kirk and the assassination of this icon. And so Jesse Waters, great interview, by the way, but he asked Mrs. Kirk, the widow, Mrs. Kirk, asked her about the fact that the accused killer, the accused assassin of her husband, has requested no cameras in the courtroom. Here's what Erica Kirk responded with.
The defense wants to ban cameras in the courtroom. How do you feel about that?
There were cameras all over my husband when he was murdered. There have been cameras all over my friends and family mourning. There have been cameras all over me, analyzing my every move, analyzing my every smile, my every tear. We deserve to have cameras in there. Why not be transparent? There's nothing to hide. I know there's not, because I've seen what the case is built on. Let everyone see what true evil is. This is something that could impact a generation and generations to come.
So, like I say, we're awaiting President Trump's announcement. That's what this is being billed as. And he was supposed to make it. He was expected to make the announcement at 11 o'clock today, Thursday, November 6th, 37 days into the longest shutdown of the government in history. The White House just put this out, that Americans are paying less, and going into it, that the holiday feast 3% cheaper, looking at dinner rolls down 22%, all these prices down. And it's proof, they say, that under President Trump's leadership, America is winning the war on high prices. Meantime, retailers offering their cheapest Thanksgiving meals in years. So the White House putting out a lot of information on this. Just wanted to give you that, as they literally just put this out about 45 seconds ago. So wanted to bring that for you from the official White House news release. Do we have time for one more little clip of Erica? I know we're running tight here. Dealer's choice. Just play it.
Children that Charlie was going on a work trip with Jesus, are they still asking, where's Daddy?
Yes, my daughter continues to ask. I told her the other day, because she said, I just miss Daddy, and where's Daddy? When is he coming home? And I said, baby, Daddy's still with Jesus. And I said, they are so busy. And I said, if ever you want to talk to Daddy, you just look up to the sky and start talking to him. He can hear you. He's always in your heart.
Children.
So that's just one. I will say this, we'll have to have a broader conversation, but the criticism of her, and we've talked with Kathy Barnett about Crazy Candace, which is unfortunate, the way that she grieves. But when somebody is a born-again Christian, has declared Jesus Christ as their personal savior, they do grieve differently, because the belief is that you are now with Jesus Christ. You are in heaven, and that you have assurance of salvation. And that's why non-believers don't get it. They just don't understand that philosophy, that belief. Do you know what I'm saying? And I think that's part of what we are seeing. So as we await, President Donald J. Trump is supposed to make this announcement, and we're awaiting on that one. There's so much developing, so much breaking, but now it's time. You know what time it is? It's almost time for Dom time. Dom Giordano in the house. Hey, Dom.
Hey, Dawn, thank you. Well, my mission is to revisit the life and times of Nancy Pelosi. She's even the side question today. All-time embarrassment to your ethnic group. She's right at the top.
Oh, with Italians?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
too.
my goodness.
Yes, exactly. So I'm running out of paper of the things I've written down. And Laura Ingraham, sadly, taken the wrong tack about the election. I'll break it down, Dawn, but saying in a way, Democrats are losing because they're going to drive more people to the red states. And we all have to move to red states, according to Laura Ingraham. Come on. You got to face what happened here and figure out how not to happen again.
Yeah, I agree with you. I will say I'll never forget, and I can't believe she got away with ripping up ripping up the State of the Union speech behind Trump.
Yep.
That was, imagine if a Republican man did that to a woman president. Can you imagine?
Yeah, and the gavel, that huge gavel, walking around with it. Yes.
This is great. This is going to be a best ever Dom show. Stay tuned. Dom shows right now.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Listen this Saturday as Penn State battles Indiana. Coverage starts at 11:30 a.m. on the home of Penn State football. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. It's Philly sports put to music. Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra coming to World Cafe Live in University City and the Cardinal O'Hara High School in Delaware County, November 19th and 22nd.
Oh, wonderful. I had a great time.
Memories of climbing in the vet. That was awesome.
I'm not a big sports fan, and I enjoyed it. Awesome as you go.
That's Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra coming to World Cafe Live and Cardinal O'Hara High School, November 19th and 22nd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Oh!
Just in time for Thanksgiving, the Sit in Style sale is underway at Bucks County Estate Traders. Purchase a set of dining chairs and have them beautifully reupholstered for just $50 per chair, plus materials. Choose from hundreds of high-quality fabrics and let our in-house experts refresh your dining space with custom upholstery that fits your home's unique style. Bring new life to your dining room this holiday season. But hurry, the offer ends November 20th. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or stop by the Hatfield showroom today.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/radio for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, what should I lead with? And I can see where this is going, and I'm not sure if I'm on board with what the Trump people are rolling out. President Trump is going to tell us about weight loss drugs and how they're reducing the cost of them. I get suddenly affordability is top of mind. We'll give you a little bit of that when it happens. I'm not the weight loss drug panacea, the silver bullet. I don't think RFK Jr. is either. But the headline is Win One for Nancy. Nancy Pelosi here on the Dom Giordano Show over the years. I'll give you the side question right out of the box because she inspired it. Ro told me she saw the news flash. I think it was around 10:30. I'm not sure the exact time. No, it was about 5 after 10. Pelosi to retire. Is the side question. I want to know the all-time embarrassment for whatever you say your particular ethnic group might be. All right, and you don't have to say Italian-American. You just make it Italians. In history is what I'm asking. I'll give you a couple. Embarrassment, not somebody who murdered people. You know what I mean? Embarrassing is what we're looking for. So keep that in mind. Remember the side question, we're not going Hitler and all that, although I have one that might be borderline. I'll have to let Henry and
I think I do too, so this should be interesting.
Well, I think it's more because this guy, more than a dictator, even though he was a cartoonish figure in comparison to other dictators, to put it mildly.
Interesting.
And I would say that's why he qualifies as an embarrassment. But top of mind, first thing that comes to mind with Nancy Pelosi over the years is she's a dope, just like Joe Biden. And I don't say that about every Democrat. That'd be stupid to do that. Hillary and Obama are not dopes. You can differ. They're insufferable ideologically, but they're not dopes. Pelosi knew it, and most times, and tried to stay in a bubble where she didn't have to reveal it. Biden just blustered straight ahead. Nobody told him he was a dope. By the way, so I don't forget, because we got some really heavy-hitting stuff. Mondani has a stylist guy throughout the campaign who takes credit for being the stylist and dresser and fashion consultant for Dr. Jill Biden.
Oh.
My God, I wouldn't put that on right. She's one of the most haphazardly worst-dressed first ladies. I'm not saying that politically. Some of the bizarre dresses and stuff that she did.
Oh,
she
totally.
Just
I mean, some were over the top, but I
Yeah.
thought she was a good dresser for the most part.
All
That was
right.
the best part about her.
I would say some of the fashion faux pas there were just with someone advising you. So
I definitely agree about that.
yeah, I think Mondani looks fine, but here's a guy who's a socialist. All right, this is live with President Trump. Can we cut into this a little bit here in a second? Weight loss drug prices.
Drastic discounts. They're very effective drugs. And so far, I've never heard anything bad about them. I only hear good about them.
Wait, okay, let's cut it. I hate to do this, but come on. I don't hear anything bad about them. You ever hear of there is no such thing as a free lunch?
Right.
My God, yeah, particularly with weight loss drugs. I'm not a fan of the weight loss drug. Look, if somebody is morbidly obese, we've said this all the time, and they want to do that in addition to exercise and everything else, I get it. So you can see that the White House is going all out now at this point. They got the message on affordability, which is fine. But is this the type of thing where the average American is going to go, wow, they're cutting weight loss drugs, honey? You got to watch. Remember the mistake that Biden made. And I'll take calls right now, Kirk, on this. If people think this is a big deal, tell me. Dr. Siegel's on. I mean, I have to get him on the weight loss
Great
drug.
timing.
Yes, that's why I'm writing it down. I'm not a fan of this. It's the panacea. It's people that are losing weight, doing it in ways, we know how you can lose weight. Again, morbidly obese, something. So the White House is showing America that they're fine-tuned. They put out stuff about grocery prices. We're going to have to do a deeper dive on whether grocery prices have become, certainly it's not the Biden era. But when they say affordability in Jersey, the first thing to get together is what do they mean? And I am so fired up. I will tell you, I would fight to the death if I hear one more person, and even Matt Rooney has a guy, a black conservative, up on his Save Jersey saying that, Ciattarelli couldn't connect on affordability and pocketbook issues. In other words, Jack Ciattarelli was a bad candidate. He didn't get it. He couldn't seal the deal with people in Jersey that he would make their lives better. Am I in bizarro world? I know Jersey is. She comes out and says, first day, I'm putting a halt to all your electric costs. and has enough money in the media. And Jack didn't make the case about, I was going to invite the guy on, then I knew I'd get too worked up. There's something out there that's nuts. And Laura Ingraham is one of the craziest, saying Democrats are losing because now more people are going to move to red states. So does everybody in Jersey have to move to a red state now, Laura? Are you nuts? You got to face it, we lost, and we lost badly. And ask hard questions about why. Well, one of them is not that Jack Ciattarelli was a bad candidate. Are you believe you can call right now? I'll put you on. Henry will tie me up in that room we have here for at least a minute. Yeah, Dom, he's a bad candidate. Why can't you see that? Why are we doing this? Because we don't want to address the thing in the room that we have to address, the, quote, low propensity Trump voter. That's why. It cuts too close to home with the nonsense of these voters holding us hostage. Scott Presler's out there. I don't know. We can't reach him. Is he sick? How's he doing? Registering more and more Republicans, but they don't show up and vote. I saw material today. I was on Virginia radio yesterday. They had about 1 million people. Jersey, the guesstimate is about 500,000 people are only Trumpers. They're only going to show up and vote if Trump is on the ballot. This is the thing we have to look in the mirror. I don't know what to do with these people. Well, I do know what has to be done. There's only one man that can do it, President Trump. All right, so 855-839-1210. Is this the way to approach the affordability issue? I mean, I think the Trump administration has been pretty good on this. Is that what we meant by affordability across the country? Republicans were not paying attention to the issue of cost. And it's easy for us to attack Mondami. You know, that's the easy target. We got to take a look among our own and do one thing, win. And Jack Ciattarelli is not the reason we lost. This nonsense is hit and run attack. And saying he didn't close the deal with New Jersey on affordability. She did. What? What was I missing here? Are you on board with this surge? Oh, we got to lower the cost so much more on the obesity drugs. 855-839-1210, you can get in. All right, as far as Pelosi now, what's the moment that may have set you off or that you remember the most with Pelosi? Probably just the sheer nonsense of ripping up the State of the Union in front of the President of the United States. Anybody else does that, that's not going to be brave or courageous. It's rude, curt, and maybe a lot of other things. Is it the style of speaking, the halting? It's almost like a Frank Costanza with this woman, prying words out of her. Is it that Democrats lionized her? Is it she and the husband are the face of inside trading big time? They're the all-timers. You know, they go to Congress, they might have been millionaires, I don't know, and now they're worth $190 million, whatever it is. How did that happen? Well, we know how it happened. Sadly, she is the highest ranking Italian, or if you want to use Italian American, in U.S. history. That's the other thing that gets me. So give us your ethnic group and give me the all-time embarrassment around that. I'll give you mine in a moment. She was the architect, really, of getting Obamacare over the finish line. That's one of her main claims to fame. And the thing that bothers me the most, and the Archbishop in San Francisco took her on a little bit, Pelosi and abortion and Catholic. And the popes, people like Francis, by the way, we have Pope Leo. We were right about this guy. Here he goes again today. We'll play that at 1 o'clock, lecturing us on people that are here illegally. Oh, yeah, he's at it again. So Pelosi was one of the extremists on abortion, one of the most prominent alleged Catholics, and yet they didn't lay a glove on her. She is such the face of what's going on in this country over the last, 25, 30 years. Big time. And lionized because she's the first female. But unless I'm wrong, unless somebody was Italian and something else, I don't think there have been other. Well, wait a minute. I guess there might have been a speaker or two that was Italian. I didn't go back and look at every speaker, but a vice president would be over her, since a vice president, I'm going by succession to the presidency, which is the thing that matters. But clearly, Pelosi is probably the highest ranking in American history Italian. Who is it that there's no president? I don't think there was a vice president. There might be some question back and forth. So she's it. Think about that. That's pretty amazing. All right, 855-839-1210. You get on board. So side question, give us an ethnic group and give us the all-time embarrassment. I'm going to take Madonna off the board for Italians. I'm not sure if the whole family's Italian or not, but I'm counting her.
I think so.
Yes, and I'm going to take Mussolini off. Even though a dictator, I see him in more of a cartoonish figure. He's not Hitler in that manner. So, and I realize that might be questionable, but I thought I'd take him off. Somebody call in. We could have it out now. He's more cartoonish.
Why is he so cartoonish, I guess, you got to explain.
Yeah, just the over the top. It's almost like he's cosplaying here. He's dressing up as it, but is he really?
He's like the Mayor Pete of.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, more of that.
Dictator.
It's on the border. But who's yours, Henry?
Yeah, so I'm going to take someone off the board that has given a black eye to Philadelphians for generations now, and that would be that unforgivable person we all know and love, I guess, Santa Claus.
Oh, okay.
Santa Claus has given Philadelphia a bad rap because.
Is there an ethnic group there, though?
Philadelphians. That's the group. Philadelphians.
All right. That's an embarrassment to Philadelphia.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, embarrassment to Philadelphians because every time it snows or it's around Christmas time, Joe Buck or whoever's announcing the Eagles game will turn to their partner and go, "Hey, do you know these are the same fans that back in the 60s threw snowballs at Santa Claus?" It's like, no, that was just some drunk guy in a suit.
That's right. It was some young, very skinny guy they put in a sleigh and threw him out there. And Joe Herrick was 0 for $1 million, and they had planes
in the middle of a blowout. It's like this is the last thing we want to see.
Exactly. All right. How about yours, Kirk?
So mine, I think, as someone has Irish heritage, I think it's embarrassing to have Leprechaun used as a cartoonish character.
Okay.
Case in point, Lucky Charms.
All right.
So I mean, yeah, that's wrong.
All right.
Wrong.
Gotcha. All right. We brought in the embarrassment a little bit. We'll allow it at this point here. You get the premise of the side. And your comment, what about Nancy Pelosi? I told you the most off-putting, is it the speaking style? She's a dope. Hillary, no. There's other things about her that are insufferable. She's not a dope. Nancy Pelosi is Joe Biden. Hillary, Obama, not dopes. Those two dopes. And yet they were so politically aggressive over the years and got into positions of power. Is it the husband? Is it the constant harping and lecturing and then doing exactly what she wanted to do that was the opposite of it? I mean, this is an all-timer. No more Nancy Pelosi. She's still a political powerhouse, even though only a representative, not the speaker. She's still the go-to, and you'll see during the midterm campaign, they're going to do, let's win one for Nancy. All right, on this surge of the White House now on affordability, it's fine. I'll ask you, though, and you got to be honest, I don't see it in the sense of overwhelming in the grocery store. It's not Biden. It's not the Biden years. So the White House puts out a thing today about lowering prices. Oh, now Kennedy Jr. is pretty much saying that he seems to be for the weight loss drug. I'm watching this. It's declaring war on chronic disease. No, it's not. How is the weight loss drug declaring war on chronic disease? I don't see it that way.
Yeah, I don't see it that way either. Yeah.
I mean, if you're morbidly obese and you're trying to do other things and all that, Obviously, we don't want you to die. This is a help.
They must feel they have better research now on the
No,
drugs. I would think
yeah.
there's no reason to get behind it right now randomly.
Affordability. That's what
All
they're
right.
doing. Yeah, they're cutting the price tremendously here. Yeah, that's what it is. Just like the White House put out today that Walmart says the cost of what they're going to put out there for Thanksgiving will be down from last year. But Walmart has said that's because they're making these deals, not because the essential price is there. So I don't think food prices, I don't think they've delivered on this big time. I wouldn't give it an A. But I don't think they're out of control. It's not like the Biden years. It's not like anything like that. So when people are banging the drum, yeah, RFK Jr., obesity driving 50% of healthcare costs. Okay. Dr. Marty standing right there next to him, just on his right of the screen. And Dr. Marty didn't say during all this, during COVID, oh, yeah, weight loss drugs. What he said is work out, don't eat as much sugar, things of that nature. All right? 855-839-1210. All right, so I started. I'll allow a little bit of birth here. You know, the embarrassment to your group. Who is an embarrassment to your group? Henry took it to a new level. That's okay.
That's what we want. We want you to take it to a new level.
Okay. And now this is in history, alive or dead. It doesn't matter. But most Italian-American groups would tell you that, well, we actually have Democrats saying Nancy Pelosi is on the Mount Rushmore of all-time Democrats anytime, anywhere, meaning Mount Rushmore only has 4. Who else would be on their Mount Rushmore? Well, you know, FDR's got to be on the Mount Rushmore of Democrats, the modern Democrat Party. I don't know after that. Probably one of the Kennedys as a group. All-time cheaters, but I just finished another book on the Kennedys. Oh, man, in the 1960 election. And Richard Nixon's the bad guy. All right, RFK Jr. saying we're addressing root causes of disease. Oh, God, come on. Really? This is about affordability. That's what they're doing here. I'm going to try to get Dr. Oz on tomorrow, and usually we agree up and down the line, but I don't. All right, it's 855-839-1210. And is the food cost skyrocketing? I think that's unfair. But in Jersey and all these other places, when they say Republicans did not meet the goal of people with, and Jack did not close the deal on making people believe he would drive down costs. What? That's what he talked about morning, noon, and night. What is this? Who are these people that are beating up? This is how I see it. And I'm going to call it straight up. You got to choose here. Was Jack Ciattarelli a bad candidate? Do you want to check that box? Or do you want to check Dom's box over here? It's these only Trump voters. Which one is more responsible in a place like Jersey to be shellacked like this? There's a million other variables. I'm saying out of those two, was it Jack Ciattarelli? I mean, it was around the man. We've had him on multiple times. We saw it in Wildwood. He led with the bread and butter issues. Second to none, they're the ones driving up prices. How in the world are we revising history here? You got to stand on your head for these only Trump voters. Who are they? Do you feel that way? Or do you feel, oh, no, Dom, you know, we didn't give them enough. Jack Ciattarelli he didn't give them what they couldn't get off their couch and vote. He didn't inspire them to get off that couch. Get the hell off the couch. That's my message to you. Knock, knock, knock. Did you vote? You didn't inspire me. Isn't that what we're saying? We're pleading. Oh, please. What do we have to do to prove to them? Well, they're not Trump enough. My God. So it's Jack Ciattarelli and his advisors. Yeah, they lost it. They didn't close the deal. They didn't prove that they were about driving down prices and making life better for people in Jersey. I don't know about Virginia. I'm not there every day. I don't know any of that. And I know Winsome Sears turned on Trump. So there's that. But not Jack Ciattarelli. Yeah, I didn't want to get off the couch. I only had 9 days to vote and vote by mail. Are you kidding me? You put Trump on that ballot, I'm voting right away. Isn't that what happened here? And if I'm Jack Ciattarelli and I hear this stuff, it's like, what the hell? Why do this with these ungrateful morons? Oh, my God. RFK Jr. now saying, cut into this, Henry. Americans will lose 125 million pounds.
You keep saying he's the smartest guy in industry, that he could talk a dog off a meat truck. But it came to the table, and Mike News starts told me, he said...
You convinced people for 20 years that it was okay for Europe to pay $10 and for America to pay $140. That's why they make 45, 50 million a year.
Okay, all right, so... RFK Jr. saying Americans are going to lose 125 million pounds under this. Oh, man. Oh, God. Yeah, Jack Ciattarelli wouldn't bring me Ozempic. Bring me that Ozempic, Jack. You didn't bring it for me.
I feel like 125 million is not a lot.
No, not with 320 million pounds.
Yeah.
I don't know how they're calculating.
Yeah, I don't know where they calculated that. But...
That's a third of a pound. Oh, my God. Look, again. If people are morbidly obese, they've tried to do things, very difficult, don't want a health risk coming from that, all on board. Isn't that what they were intended to be? Now it's blossomed into, just all over the place. I'd love to be in the side of Dr. Marty here, what he's thinking is this going on next to Dr. Oz, as RFK Jr. says, 125 million pounds. Oh, we're living right, though. Nancy Pelosi quits, and we have Dr. Mark Siegel coming up. I'm going to ask him about that. We have his new book, The Miracles Among Us. One, the Buffalo Bills football player who was rescued, you may remember, in the middle of that game, but it's a great book. I'll ask him about the weight loss thing, though. Maybe he thinks, it's a great deal. They cut a great deal here. They're showing affordability. But is this what Americans are... clamoring for? What is the affordable item that they're clamoring for? That's why they couldn't vote for Jack Ciattarelli. That's what I'd like to know. 855-839-1210.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2. And you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbie, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp, and they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest-growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts?
At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
Weather sponsored by Moderna.
A cooler air mass builds into the Delaware Valley today. We'll have a mixture of sunshine and clouds and will be breezy with a high around 58. For tonight, mostly clear and chilly, low 40 for the city and 30s out in the suburbs. And for Friday, partly sunny and breezy, a bit milder with a high 62.
mNEXSpike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Okay, it is Dom time. Coming to your calls, and Dr. Mark Siegel will join us. What a day. His book, The Miracles Among Us, How God's Grace Plays a Role in Healing. It's a great book, but what a day to have him. I'll ask him about this Ozempic stuff, so to speak. Let's go to Phil in Delaware. The embarrassment to your group, like Nancy Pelosi is to mine, here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Phil, what do you have today?
Hey, good afternoon. I would say all of my Jewish compadres that let Mandami into their synagogues, their community centers, and even to services, they think he's like different than he truly is. I don't know how they could imagine that.
Yeah, do they really imagine it, or deep down, their ideology, they just are socialists, they're so far left, they're ignoring their own survival because what he proposes would be, we know exactly what he's proposing.
Well, they've seen the worst.
Yes.
So I can't imagine how they can't differentiate from his past, and he would not even walk back any of his past statements or feelings, and his mother and father continue to this day denouncing Israel and Judaism.
Absolutely. That is a great one. And Phil, I think, has said before he's Jewish. So, yeah, that fits. Your group, the embarrassment. Dr. Mark Siegel, it's always good to have Dr. Mark, but particularly today, his new book, The Miracles Among Us, How God's Grace Plays a Role in Healing, is with us in Philadelphia. Dr. Mark, welcome back to Philadelphia. Thanks for joining us.
Great to be with you, Dom. How are you?
Well, very well. And we want to talk about the book, and then what a day to have you as we're talking Ozempic and how this is going to be the panacea today at this moment at the White House. Why this book for Dr. Mark Siegel? How did all that come together? Because you've written things that I've interviewed you on that have been tremendous. Why the power of prayer, miracles, and healing?
Because I came to the conclusion that they shouldn't be separate. That what do we do as physicians? We cherish life. And we've gotten into a position now in modern society where we have so much great technology that there's too much separation between science and faith. science and spirituality, mind and body. They're not mutually exclusive, especially if you start from the idea that this great advanced technology is actually the hands of God. It's enabling us to practice the art of medicine as never before. We thread the needle in ways not literally and figuratively, ways not even possible. And I believe that faith informs that, and I don't think it takes the place of it either. So it's not like you pray over your patient instead of doing a robotic procedure. Not at all. You do both. And I think keeping in mind the spirituality part leaves you open to miracles, the miracles that God decides to bring you. And there's multiple instances in my book, and I did many interviews and I told many stories, some from within my practice, some with stories I heard, but then I interviewed all sides of it, where suspending disbelief and saying, let's give this a chance, led to miraculous outcome. So none more amazing than Breakthrough, the story of a 14-year-old boy who went into the lake in Lake St. Louis in Missouri because he thought it was colder than it was. Then he and 3 other boys got trapped under the ice, and rescue responders couldn't find him, but then heard a voice from the shore go 15 feet to the right. And they did, and they found him, but there was no one on the shore, Dom. It was a voice of someone that was actually back in the office. Then he had a cardiac arrest, and he had no pulse for 55 minutes, which is unheard of. And in the emergency room, they said, what do you want us to do? We can't save this person, and he's not going to come back. The mother insisted, called in and said, don't let him go, don't let him go, don't let him go. And they kept going. And she came to the hospital. She got into the ER. She started to pray to God, and his pulse came back out of nowhere. Then they said he's never going to fully recover. Look at how much downtime he had. We like to say time is brain. Time is brain. And you know what happened? He fully recovered. I interviewed him. I interviewed the doctors in the hospital. I interviewed that emergency responder. I interviewed the guy who said he was in the office. That was just his voice. All of which leads to a miracle where if any of the doctors involved had said, I'm calling it, it's too long, it's too far gone, he wouldn't have survived. And that's not a message meaning everybody should be, get CPR endlessly. You have to make decisions. But it means we should be more open to God's presence.
That story alone is worth the book. It definitely is. Just toward that, when you can flip a coin here pretty much, why in the world do you want to have someone separate these two things and make that decision? That story alone would be an entire book. Dr. Mark, while we have you here, affordability and the election, you're in New York. I was going to ask you about medicine in Mondami and all that. But the White House rolling out, I'm not a big fan of Ozempic as like the panacea, RFK Jr. kind of veering toward that. Now, if we have someone more morbidly obese, something of that nature, sure. To the point of your book, it's a modality God gives us through science to help them survive. Your thoughts on this, because the drug price will go down, but is that the message? What do you say to people in that situation?
I say that you're right on all marks. I believe in exercise. I believe in diet. I believe in all the natural methods of weight loss you can do. I believe in all of that. But if you need these drugs, because remember, they're going to keep you out of the doctor's office from diabetes, from high blood pressure, from heart disease, from high cholesterol. These drugs work on the brain. They work on the kidneys. They work on the heart. And if you reach that point, we're probably overprescribing them, but they have tremendous uses. They have side effects. They may have an effect on the thyroid. They may have the effect on the vision. They have tremendous side effects, but way more outweighed by the positives here. And so I'm all for it. The problem has been affordability. Hats off to Trump for the way he's handled this, because the drug companies were already giving a big discount down to $400 to $500 a month even before this happened. I think that Trump saw an opening, because if you go to buy this in the pharmacy, it's $1,200 if your insurance won't cover it. So he's saying Trump RX, Medicare, Medicaid, this is what it's going to be. And they're going to kowtow to this because of how much they overcharge. So I think they're great drugs, and I love that he's pushing the price down for Medicare, Medicaid.
One more story, the Buffalo Bills football player that we all saw. I was seeing that in real time, Hamlin. What's the miracle there?
Well, that's in my book, too.
Yes.
And the miracle there is that the guy who is the coach for the Buffalo Bills, Leslie Bisson, and also for the Sabres, had a bad experience with the Sabres with a guy that had just left the Sabres 15 years before, and he actually caused them to prepare for cardiac arrest on the field every single month. And they said to him, Leslie, what are you doing? There hasn't been a cardiac arrest here in the NFL since 1955. He says, I'm doing it because I had a near miss. I'm doing it. And because they prepared, because they rehearsed, because they were ready for something that never happened, the miracle was they came to bear and they got his heart back within a minute, which saved him any brain damage. And that's the reason he's back playing.
Absolutely. The book is tremendous, Dr. Mark. Thanks for the advice. You're one of my go-tos. When you talk about anything medically, anytime, you're welcome here in Philadelphia. Thank you for joining us today.
Tom, great to be with you. Thanks for having me.
All right, Dr. Mark Siegel. And Henry, I don't know, as we're watching there, did you happen to see they had a guy faint or something else at the White House?
Again?
Yes, a guy.
Oh, my gosh.
During the presentation, and thank God Dr. Oz was there. I don't know if he fainted or it's something more severe. We told the story over at the NAC.
Yeah.
I was up there speaking, and a woman faints, and Dr. Oz hurdles one of the barriers to jump in there. And they go, Dom, I think we're going to have to cut it here.
He's done that twice.
Yes,
There's another one in the White House, a few months ago, where
exactly.
someone passed out. He's like, I'm on it.
Yeah.
Crazy.
All right, so you heard Mark Siegel and his take on this with the Ozempic. The White House is all out on affordability. Is it the grocery store? Or is this all made up? And Jack Ciattarelli didn't address bread and butter and close the deal? He certainly did. I'm not going to allow this to be rewritten. I don't care if it cuts toward the Trump voter or not. We got to be unified in this. Jack Ciattarelli ran an unbelievable campaign here. All right? And the people now taking shots at him I have not seen the energy. I have not seen the stuff that went into it, the one rally and behind the scenes. No way. All right. And Pelosi, side question. If you have a Pelosi moment, and also the idea of an embarrassment to a particular group, that's what we'd like to hear. That was a great one from Phil. These people voting for Mamdani who are Jewish, self-described. That's not an embarrassment. I mean, how in the world can we go down this path? All right, 855-839-1210. We're coming to your calls here on Talk Radio 1210. It's important to make sure our families have the essentials, food, shelter, and, of course, pure, clean drinking water. A lot of news about drinking water these days. Do what I did and count on Martin Water Conditioning to secure your family's drinking water, the Kinetico system. That removes all the impurities from your water. What comes out of the tap is crystal clear, all natural water, not only the best tasting water ever. It provides peace of mind knowing that your family's water is pure and clean. The Martin Water Conditioning family, passionate about water, they will put their 46 years of experience to work for you. Their customer service, attention to detail are just fantastic. They'll come out to your home, test your water, recommend solutions that make sense for you. So contact Martin Water Conditioning. They'll take great care of you. Click on martinwater.com or 800-887-7555. 800-887-7555.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-908-8646 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-908-8646. That's 800-908-8646. What do you have to lose? Call 800-908-8646. Again, 800-908-8646.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-999-3339. That's 800-999-3339. Again, that's 800-999-3339.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
This information should not be taken as legal or medical advice. We are an advocacy organization sponsored by law firms. For information about all your legal rights and medical matters, consult with a mesothelioma attorney and healthcare provider. Prior results do not predict a similar outcome.
If you or someone you love worked around asbestos in construction, factories, or the military, you need to hear this. No amount of asbestos exposure is considered safe, and family history or overall health can raise the risk of mesothelioma. The Mesothelioma Center at asbestos.com brings together oncology navigators and veteran specialists to help find the right doctors, sort out insurance, and connect you with clinical trials, home health, and emotional support, all at no cost to you. We can also help you secure financial assistance to help pay medical expenses. A diagnosis can feel overwhelming, but mesothelioma is not the same prognosis as it was years ago. There is help and hope. Visit asbestos.com or call 800-681-1941. That's 800-681-1941. 800-681-1941.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
For the pulse of the city, even if it ain't pretty.
The Dom Giordano Program.
On Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Linda Kern's here at 1:30. She's got a lot more on the Chester County story. And look, I like the Republican Eric Rowe out there, but Eric, come on. Don't tell people, well, we got to get through the election, but there will be accountability on what happened. What universe? 75,000 ballots. Don't you think they ought to be saying, you know, we're going to double our workload. We're going to get through the election, and we're immediately starting the investigation right now, right here. This afternoon, this morning, we're coming in at 8 o'clock. We're putting everyone under oath, and we're going to get to the bottom of what happened. Have people in the suburbs just lost their sanity? Yes, that's what the demand ought to be. Not next week, not after breakfast, Shawshank Redemption. Now, you know, that's what we need. We need the warden over there in Chester County. That guy is a great villain. I forget the name of the actor. Great villain. All right, all-time embarrassment to your group coming off Nancy Pelosi is what we're looking for. 855-839-1210. That's how you do it. By the way, Henry, I hear it might be awards for the Nuremberg trial. There's a new movie of it.
Yeah.
Not a documentary. Is it out yet? I might see it this weekend. Nuremberg.
Let's see here.
It starts Friday.
All right, beautiful.
Now, here's the problem. Roe's not exactly someone, we had trouble, a bit of a problem there with Oppenheimer, but
Yeah. Well, it depends on, I don't know, the runtime of this movie. Like
Yeah.
I remember Judgment at Nuremberg with, like, Spencer Tracy. Like,
That's
that's
right, yeah.
that's a long runtime, but that's a
Yeah.
fantastic
Oh,
movie.
yeah, yeah.
So I'm
So-
hoping this is along those same lines.
I'm thinking of John of Abington, John of Huntington Valley. Will John be doing a review? John, you got to call us. Come on, buddy.
That would be fun.
All right, give us a review, because you told us just last week someday there's going to be a Nuremberg hearing here because of President Trump, and we're all
take
going to be
notes.
sworn in. Yeah, taking notes. Mike, I really want to see this film. So come hell or high water this weekend. All right. So we'll talk with Linda Kearns. We got the Pope coming up. I got to get after Laura Ingraham saying, well, Democrats are losing because everybody's going to move to red states now. She said Jersey will fail, but people will move to red states. What? Why are we doing this? Why can we not address one of the number one reasons here? There are others, but the number one are these Trump voters who won't come out and vote if Trump is not on the ballot. Well, we can't talk about that. That's uncomfortable. Shouldn't that be what we're doing in think tanks and the best minds? All right, here's what we have to do with these people. I think I know what to do with them, or who has to do it anyhow, right? Are we afraid? You can't inspire them. The only thing that will do it is Trump being on a ballot. They won't do it then. Uh-oh. Then what do we do? Let's go to Carol in Doylestown on Talk Radio Hall, the capital of the PhD moms, particularly Tuesday night. Hi, Carol. Good afternoon.
Hello, Dom. I just have a really quick comment about the election. I really do think that prices and played a huge part. I know out here where I live, not one Republican got voted into anything.
Okay, well, let's back up on the prices, though, first, Carol, if you don't mind, because tell me, because I do the food shopping with Roe. I'm not saying I'm happy with them. I'm not saying I'm not sensitive to them, but let's start with grocery store prices. What is it that's way high? What are some of the things you think that are really hammering people?
Well, this is not exactly a healthy thing, but store brand coffee, $8 a can.
All right, I'm writing it down. I don't drink coffee, so that's one that I didn't see. But what would you say it should be? What's the usual? Do you have a sense?
Oh gosh, I used to pay $2 something.
Okay,
and
all
then
right.
it was like $4, $3, $4, and $8, and sometimes Maxwell Health was $12. And that's it. That's nuts to me. And that's just one example. But I know a lot. The president keeps saying that, prices are better, gas prices, energy, and they are. That gas is not $4 a gallon anymore, but it's still too high. It's still too high for just the average Joe and the fixed income people. It shouldn't be. I don't see why it's still $3.35.
Okay.
It just
Gotcha. Let me give the counter to that, which is, though, let's stick with Jersey, where you are out there. I hear what you're saying. How in the world are these people, the Democrats, progressives in Jersey, your savior to lower costs, though? I don't see it.
Oh, I don't either. I am not for them at all. I think people voted against. I think they voted completely against the Trump agenda and just went Democrat, 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 Democrat. And that's what bothers me. And then the president says, no, everything's so good, but it's not as good as he thinks.
Well,
is what I think. It's definitely better.
Right.
And I'm a Trump supporter, and I'm a conservative, and I'm a Republican, and I want it to be good.
Well, look, you're making a lot of progress. You're going somewhat where I'm going. And the thing is, he cannot make the mistake that Biden did. You look at the stock market or some other number and then tell people what they're feeling is not real. So the White House is trying something different, and I get their urgency, but I don't think Thanksgiving prices are down because of the Trump agenda. Walmart just lowered them in order to entice more people to come in. And telling people they're down because of what we're doing is kind of dicey.
Mm-hmm.
But you hit upon a very good one, though. Why should coffee, you said store brand, be $8 and Maxwell House $12? I'm going to try to just chart that in coming days as an example of something people would notice. That's very specific.
Mm-hmm. And I have to say, it does waffle a little bit, but the last time I went to the store last week, store brand was 8, and Maxwell House was down to 9. But I could go, I've seen Maxwell House fluctuate. It's been 9, but then it's been 12. It go back up to 12, and I think it bounces around, up and down, but it's never below $8 a can, ever.
Thank you, Carol, very much. Look, I love a caller like that who gives us something specific here. Does that have anything to do with the tariffs? Not sure. But over in Jersey, Jack Ciattarelli did not go all out. Bread and butter issues, his column, at Matt's site. All right, here's one more. Laura Ingraham had President Trump on. All right, so she's got Trump in front of her. It's a difficult thing. President Trump saying they put America last, we put America first, about Democrats. All true. Ingraham says, well, for now, New York will have to learn the hard way. You and I have said the same thing. Okay, we get that. But then she says, New Jersey will be poorly governed as usual with mega red tape and high taxes. And in Virginia, parents are going to be disenfranchised from the education of their kids. So by winning, Democrats are in a way losing because they're going to simply drive more people to the red states where life is easier, safer, less expensive, and the government generally more responsive. No, people are not going to leave. Excuse me. People are not going to leave New Jersey en masse because of this. Remember that thread of Mike Gieselek? We've been through this, right? Jersey has the stuff of a place, the culture, the food, the people. People are not going to up and move millions of people or anything like that. They're going to have to suffer now. So we have to take this as a shot and come out of this and say, here is what the top 3 problems were. And I don't think Jack Ciattarelli was the top 3 problem in Jersey. The number 1 problem there, and I was on Virginia radio yesterday with a number of people that are only Trumpers who would not deign to come out and vote in this election. Now, there's a theory out there, and we'll see. Will they vote, though, in a midterm, more of them? I'll put it this way. My gut tells me more of them will vote in the midterm, percentage-wise, than would vote in this off-year election. But still not enough. And they only want one thing. They're not getting off the couch unless Trump's on the ticket. So are we just going to accept that, pretend like, well, we'll just have to do something else? What else are you going to do? We're killing them in new registrants. But they turned out their voters. By and large, we did not. Bucks County, Meg Brock, column up at Daily Caller. I think it was about 49% of voters on the Republican side turned out. Didn't turn out. Why? Well, any number of them are only Trumpers, meaning they're only going to vote if Trump is on the ballot. What do we do about that? You can't blow past it. You can't say, oh, I'm tired of that. Let's move on now. What else do you have out there? Let's talk Ozempic today. Come on. 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210. Coming to your calls. We got a lot of embarrassment here. If you never called before, do you notice something? Let's stick with grocery prices. But maybe you have another one too. Carol gave us a good one. Why would coffee? Again, I can't chart our own coffee. We don't buy it. Does that seem like, $12 for Maxwell House? She said $8 for store. Does that seem to be pretty expensive? Is that something people would notice? We went through this. I put it this way. the White House, the Trump agenda has delivered on lowering prices, energy costs, some of those things. But have they delivered on things, other affordable items? And is that the real reason why in Jersey, though? Maybe Latino voters left because of that, or is it more likely those Latino voters are just intrigued by Trump, and no matter what Jack Ciattarelli did, he's no Trump. He's not going to be able to have that kind of cachet or pedigree. So, okay. So he's not a good candidate? Name the person out there that's going to have the cachet of Trump with Latinos and that's a Republican. Name him. I am just post this in the Laura Ingraham comments about, well, people will move to the red states now. No, Laura, we're not all moving to the red states. Are you nuts? And we have Josh Shapiro. Every time he says folks, remember my rule, every time he says folks, he's moving in for the kill. He's all over the country giving his take on why people rejected Republicans. He's dangerous. We'll play that. Come to your calls. Get a lot in here. Thank you, Nancy Pelosi, for today's side question. Let's, though, first remind you that at Rescue Natural Supplements, take advantage of a huge Black Friday savings all month long. We're talking discounts up to 80% off on high-quality, carefully crafted natural formulas for just about all of your health and wellness needs. For over 40 years, Rescue has used clinically tested vitamins, nutrients, antioxidants, and patent ingredients to perfect their all-natural supplement brands. And right now, you can grab exactly what you need at all-time high discounts, from immunity boosters and blood pressure help to natural brain focus and energy enhancers. You'll get slash prices up to 80% off on Rescue's wide variety of wellness products like trusted cholesterol support supplements or high-intensity omega-3s. Stop waiting to improve your well-being. Get these limited-time deals at res-q.com or call an res-q product consultant at 800-26-ALIVE. Again, that's 800-262-5483 or online at res-q.com for up to 80% off during the entire month of November. Shop today, save, and start actually feeling better with high-quality health essentials.
Many of you know that my inspiration for becoming an accident attorney was my brother Tim, who was rendered a quadriplegic at age 18. I didn't know what a personal injury lawyer was or what they did, but I soon did. Tim was treated terribly by the insurance company, and I became enraged. It was a constant delay and deny. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Tim later worked with me for 27 years. Last year, my hero died at age 65. You can see my eulogy for him by visiting mybrothertim.com. He was one hell of a man. Because of Tim, together we built the largest injury firm in the world, and our clients are treated the way I would want my family to be treated. At Morgan & Morgan, nobody is a nobody and everybody is a somebody. If you need our help, visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer. See you soon, Tim. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Picking out an engagement ring can be terrifying. You're searching for the ring, but have no idea where to start. Go to Family & Company Jewelers in Marlton. The team, especially JR, makes it easy. No pressure, just real help from someone who cares. They break down diamonds, styles, and what actually matters. Their selection is huge. Every shape, size, and price range. You leave confident, not overwhelmed. When it comes to finding the ring, there's only one place to go. Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Now is the perfect time to let your savings take root at First Harvest Credit Union. Watch your money grow as you earn 3.65% annual percentage yield with a 15-month share or IRA certificate, or lock in higher earnings with a 24-month share or IRA certificate and earn 3.75% annual percentage yield. Visit firstharvestcu.com/certificates to explore these savings options and more, including our growth savings and growth checking accounts. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Still asleep?
How cold.
Caitlin! Let's go, honey! It's 11.
I've tried everything. Texted, knocked, even DM'd her. I might be blocked.
Okay. Time to break out the Hatfield.
Oh, sweet. Bacon.
And it's only 11? What a morning.
When better care leads to better pork, it's irresistible. Hatfield Pork. Better care, better pork. Find yours at simplyhatfield.com.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/life.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, Dom Giordano show, and on my mind, the retirement of Nancy Pelosi. We kicked off with that. It gave us the side question. I'm going to play you 2 elements that are really things that give me agita quite a bit. First, Pelosi with the Russian collusion talk, and then our new buddy, Pope Leo, who in English yesterday calls for deep reflection about migrants' treatment. Well, I've reflected, Holy Father. Would you like to hear my answer? You will. And then in Spanish, he attacks the president for attacking the Venezuelan drug boats. So, Holy Father, shouldn't we be saying to these guys, even when it's a pope, they're guys, come on, they're politicians. Shouldn't we be saying to them, what would you do about fentanyl and these murderous gangs in Maduro and these murderous countries and the cartels? Would you pray with them? Because you're not going to get us killed with your nonsense here. In Spanish, nonetheless. I saw it this morning. So he, in English, talks to the United States, and for some reason he goes into Spanish about, the poor Venezuelan drug gangs. Why are we just murdering these people on the high seas? Thank God the president is doing this. And we're going to see if the numbers decrease so we can put the fear of God in them. And I would argue we ought to be bombing the cartels in Mexico. And I think the American people would support that big time. All right, so here's Pelosi. This will be cut 13. Here's one of her stylings. This is a compilation of Pelosi talking of Trump colluding with the Russians in 2017, 18, 2020, and 24.
I want to know what the Russians have on Donald Trump. I think we have to have that investigation by the FBI into his financial, personal, and political connections to Russia. What do the Russians have on Donald Trump? Politically, financially, and personally. What does Vladimir Putin have on President Trump? Personally, politically, financially, in any way. What does he have on Donald Trump? I think it's probably financial. I think it's probably financial. Either something financially has on or something on the come.
Tried and true for 7 straight years, that phrase.
That's right. Financial now, kind of like my insider trading deals. I'm sure that she and Mikey Sherrill are having a glass of Chablis celebrating all this. And the people who could put a stop to this, people that don't follow politics too closely, the cachet, way back to the Kennedys, If you could be for everything that is in defiance of the Catholic Church and yet still get to pin the medal on that says, devout Catholic, give me that communion, you're golden. You got the parlay in politics that is second to none. Think about it. And who allows this? The popes, the bishops. The Archbishop in San Francisco occasionally would step up to the plate, and I think he got chilled by the popes telling him, shut up. Let them be pushing abortion. We'll continue to say we're pro-life, and we'll give them communion. Well, wait a minute, Holy Father. This is like the drug boats. That doesn't seem to add up. Here's Pope Leo. This is the English part in which he's deeply reflecting about people here illegally. Then he went Spanish on the fact we're blowing up Venezuelan drug gangs. Here's the English part.
Is this 9 or 12?
This is the, let's start with, 9 here. No, it's, let's start with 9, then we'll go to 12. Yeah. Yeah.
And I think that there's a deep reflection that needs to be made in terms of what's happening. Many people who have lived for years and years and years, never causing problems, have been deeply affected by what's going on right now.
And here is, here's cut 12.
I think that there's a deep reflection that needs to be made in terms of what's happening.
Suggest, too, while we're at it, some deep reflection on when guys like you and the bishops and the others cover up for people like Pelosi, is the point I was making, and Biden and the Kennedys and up and down the line, who get the twofer here. Extreme on abortion, and yet they get the pedigree, they're devout. They get audiences of people like you. What do you tell them during that period of time? I'm sure you would be telling Trump and Trump supporters, though, something else. The other's in Spanish, where he talked about the Venezuelan drug boats and how disturbing that is. I was right about this guy. A lot of you were right about him. Hey, he's wearing Villanova. He's not like Francis. I'm not saying anybody's like Francis. But on this issue, these guys, these bishops, I'm not going to play it today. If you never heard it, one of these days we'll play it again. The Bishop of Tucson. Remember the first time around? Trump did the same thing that Obama did that involved American law, the separation of families. Remember that? It was the first year and a half or so in at the border. And the Bishop of Tucson, Weasel, stands up and pontificates, hundreds of these bishops. We ought to be looking at excommunicado. Now, when they say excommunicado and you're excommunicated, he said it clearly. That's not just saying, you can't receive communion, you're out and all that. You're out, Tom. It's like the Godfather. Excommunicado, Tom. No, you're going to hell is what it means. That's what it means. You got to repent. You got to do what these guys say, or you are going to hell. Toward the border agents doing their job as Americans. That's what this guy was talking about. They are almost clownish to me in where they've taken the church, how they've lost their ways. And again, how many lives were saved by blowing up these gunboats, these drug boats, not just that fentanyl, but also maybe putting a chill in Maduro. And why would we not hit the cartels in Mexico? Why not? Again, when people say, well, we can't stop any of this stuff, throw up your hands. Well, again, stop with the vigils, though, of people dying of fentanyl. Stop crying and all that if we're not going to try. And the most direct route is to try to put the fear of God into cartels and others, including the Chinese, who are engaging in this. And the Venezuelans are one of the biggest, and it's on the open sea. America supports this. So is this guy a Francis? Now, I don't know that anybody is as bad as Pope Francis, the worst that I've seen by far. But you hear where he is. And he's not going down Broadway, but the first documents that he's written, and when he writes the encyclical and all that, it's going to be about this nonsense. Why is the church so invested in this? Well, one of the theories over time people have had, this is an easy group. They increase their numbers, And these people are not going to challenge them, as the average Catholic is furious, challenging any number of things that these bishops come up with. The average Catholic, a lot of Catholics, are a problem for these guys. How dare you? I'm the one that's a teacher here. What are you teaching about life when you let Joe Biden go down Broadway on abortion? And then Biden said he would shove his rosary beads down the throats of Republicans. This goes back to the Kennedys with the divorce thing and Bishop Cushing and all that nonsense. It goes back to their partnership. I'm not sure if it was ethnic. Some of them were Irish, the Kennedys, whatever it was. Pelosi has just been in the Archbishop in, I'm not sure if he's I think he's an Archbishop in San Francisco, occasionally would try. Not sure what backing he got, probably none, to rein in Nancy Pelosi. But she met with Pope Francis, as did Biden. And what happened? Nothing. It was all the good housekeeping seal of approval. Everything's fine. Are they telling us that they say, well, look, I'm personally for life, but in my role as a public official, what? Your role as a Catholic, you would think, as a moral, your morality, you think, would be the thing that would be in question here. All right, 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. Side question today. We want to know, to your group, somebody that's a huge embarrassment. I was going to do the worst. I was thinking of doing most famous Italians ever. We did that. Chef Boyardee won, clearly.
Wins every time, I feel like.
Yeah.
Record right.
Yeah. But I'll play. Well, I'll take a couple here, but let's play Aquilar. He's the congressman from near Nancy Pelosi out there in San Francisco. This is cut 15. Listen to what he said, that Pelosi belongs on the Mount Rushmore. That means one of four of Democrat politicians all time. Here's what he said.
Now with more of our breaking news out of Washington, Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi announcing just this morning that she will not seek re-election next year, ending a nearly 40-year career in Washington. And joining us now, Chair of the House Democratic Caucus, Congressman Pete Aguilar, who's also a fellow Californian alongside Nancy Pelosi. Congressman, you have served with Speaker Emerita Pelosi now for roughly 10 years. What's your reaction to today's announcement?
Reaction is that this is a sad day, but also joyous for Speaker Pelosi, that she is, turning the page, and that we can celebrate appropriately her career in Congress. She's not going anywhere. We've got a year to continue to learn and work with her, but really just the greatest of all time. I mean, that's really all we can say is she's on the Mount Rushmore of Democratic politicians and legislators who can get something done, who can lead and move an agenda. As you mentioned before, I take particular pride in her focus on California and on children. The work that she has done and continues to do for SNAP benefits for kids, 16 million children on SNAP right now, all at stake in Donald Trump's shutdown. Those are the things that I'll remember.
All right, that means something when you're on the Mount Rushmore. So FDR's on there. Nancy Pelosi, apparently, because of how she ratcheted up on this. I'm not sure who else in the Democrat side of dishonor would be there. By the way, on Twitter, I love this stuff. Carol called in, and rather than just this vague stuff you hear in the news, grocery prices are too high, she centered in on coffee. So the AdMac says, Dom, coffee is up primarily due to poor weather in coffee-growing regions of the world. It's borderline. Is the weather poor? For how long?
Yeah,
check the weather report.
I feel like that'd be like something we'd heard about, like, oh yeah, monsoon's really taking down South America or something.
All right. Now, I'm not saying that that's not we can debate it, but over 6 months, not likely.
Yeah.
Repub Philly Doc says coffee is likely affected by the high tariff on Brazil. All right. Is that tariff are the tariffs affecting some of this stuff? In some cases, potentially. So which one is it, or are neither of them the factor? See, when we have a few products I can zone in on. Am I convinced in Jersey when they were talking about affordability, though? No, they were talking mainly, And Matt Rooney made a great point on this, if he's listening. When we talked on election night, Mikey Sherrill was able to get away with the willing accomplices in the media, and she had a lot of money to buy ads on day one. I'm going to nail these rich guy corporate interests. They're the ones that drove up your electric costs that have doubled and all that stuff. And it stuck with them that somehow or another, she's not one of the architects of this. She is. She's one of the climate people. She's one of the kill the whales. All the money they invested in spent on windmills and all that nonsense, all the stuff that they shut down, they did it. But somehow or another, on day one, by her shutting these down, and again, it's a Madami thing, and attacking the corporate interest, then energy costs for you, the homeowner, are going to go down in Jersey. And I think Matt was spot on that somehow or another, she at least got out from under her culpability in this. Well, if you have people that are going to agree with that, Jack Ciattarelli ran a bad campaign. He's a bad campaigner, not a good candidate. Really? What was he supposed to do here? Well, he didn't inspire the Trump voters, the only Trumpers. At the rate of being accused stereotyping, they want one thing. They're telling you, I want Trump on the ballot. If he's not on the ballot, that's it. Okay, then. Jack, your move. You're a bad campaigner, Jack. You didn't inspire them. All right, 855-839-1210. You get in right now. Hit us with that all-time embarrassment. I'm coming to you directly, and then Linda Kern's here at 1:30 on Talk Radio 1210.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2. And you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbie, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp. And they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest-growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today.
David DeFranco, and I became a client of Crash Proof in 2014. What led me to Crash Proof retirement was the crash in 2008. I lost $300,000 in my portfolio, and I made a promise to myself I would never let this happen again. And that's when I looked into Crash Proof. I've been very happy with it ever since. Never lost a dime, only ever gained. The interest you gain is more than enough to cover any inflation and expenses. Now that the stock market is up, it's the best time to come into Crash Proof because I enjoy the gains, but I don't have to worry about the losses.
Schedule an appointment or register for one of our next events happening at Springfield Country Club on December 9th. Choose either the 11 a.m. or 5 p.m. event. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
This information should not be taken as legal or medical advice. We are an advocacy organization sponsored by law firms. For information about all your legal rights and medical matters, consult with a mesothelioma attorney and healthcare provider. Prior results do not predict a similar outcome.
A mesothelioma diagnosis can feel overwhelming, but you don't have to face it alone. The Mesothelioma Center at asbestos.com has helped thousands of families find care and get the financial help they deserve.
I was diagnosed with pleural mesothelioma in July of 2019. I connected with asbestos.com. I remember thinking that perhaps we can get some help, that there's money out there. It was the best decision ever. And I ended up with college money for my children.
50% of mesothelioma patients and families in the U.S. turn to us for help each year. For trusted, compassionate support, visit asbestos.com or call 800-681-1942. That's 800-681-1942. 800-681-1942.
Experience casino like never before at Bet365. Spin your way through your favorite games. Check out our awesome table games and face off against a real live dealer. And play exclusive games that you simply can't play anywhere else. New Bet365 players get a 100% deposit match bonus up to $1,000 plus spins. Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Winter's coming, and even small roof problems can become big leaks. I'm Merrill Reese for Impriano Roofing and Siding, trusted by local families for over 50 years. Their experts handle roofing, siding, and energy-efficient windows with no pressure, no gimmicks, just honest work and lasting results. Be proactive. Protect your home before the cold sets in. Visit Impriano.com or call 610-644-4444 today. The best homes have an Impriano roof. Impriano Roofing and Siding, family trusted since 1973.
From Pottstown to Vincenttown, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Okay, Dom Giordano Show. We'll get into it in a little bit. I was just asking Henry, sports maven here, if you have YouTube TV, I'm not even sure how many, I know more and more people are doing this, that come Monday night, you will not be able to watch the Eagles and Packers. And Henry, you say it's because they're in competition with ESPN, who have an app or developing an app. Or something. Okay.
Essentially, yeah. Because YouTube TV is essentially just a TV provider without the cable setup.
Right.
And ESPN being one of their channels. ESPN is looking to create their own app. I mean, they do.
Right.
It's just awful. So in order to get people to go to their awful app, they are taking ESPN away from YouTube TV, which I guess they feel has the most amount of subscribers or most amount of eyes watching their channels, through. So they are shutting out YouTube TV. They asked for an insane, price to keep their channels on with YouTube TV. YouTube TV said, no, we're not paying that.
Right.
Like, come back to the negotiating table when you're being serious. So now they're in a blackout where YouTube TV does not have any of the ESPN channels.
Okay. And my grand theory of this is, when is America going to wise up with the NFL and the nonsense that they do? And at some point, sooner or later, I guess we'll be talking about this at Christmas. There'll be some game you need to run down the block, salute Mondani, and pay $1 million to watch it with your family. I would tell them right now, don't let people watch the Super Bowl. Do the same kind of thing with this. Come up with something.
I mean, that's kind of where things are heading. Everything's going to be put behind a paywall.
Yeah.
So, the problem with ESPN's app, too, is, like, it crashes. It's not very good. The multi-view option is terrible. Like, YouTube TV has a great multi-view option for watching multiple sports. But, like, I tried using the ESPN app the other night to watch multiple things, try to watch multiple college basketball games. It would only let me watch another game of, I think, women's soccer it was.
Well, I'm always here to provide a solution for all this. And the solution is, have we heard about antitrust and the NFL in quite a while? Go after them.
Yeah.
I think America at some point would salute you, but maybe not.
I think so. If you could somehow unify some of these streaming platforms, you'd be they'd have a statue of you.
Yeah, it's antitrust. All right, Gary in Newtown. Linda Kearns in the on-deck circle swinging a big bat here. Let's go to Gary. Hi, Gary.
Hey, Dom. How are you?
Good.
Beautiful, sunny, but a little bit windy, so I got to get into a vehicle.
Very windy out when I came out of the door today. My hair moved a slight millimeter in the morning when the gel it was just after being jellified and it moved. Uh-oh. Bro, it's a big windy day. Look at that hair.
Millimeter.
Where did he go?
All right, Tom. Let's. I would like to go down Broadway with you, but you're a vegetarian, so if you look at the cost of bacon, it's double since 2019. If you look at the cost of ground meat, it's double since 2019. But if you want, let's go to alcohol. I'll go to Henry. A case of beer in 2019 was like $15, and now it's $30.
Yeah, but wait a minute. 2019 doesn't do us any good. Let's talk since Trump has been there. What are the costs?
I didn't do that. My barometer is 2019 only because of the $6 trillion that we put into the economy with Obama. Okay. I'm sorry, with Trump and Biden for COVID.
Well, but the metric we're looking at right now here are the Republicans not chipping away effectively at affordability. That's what the other side's arguing.
I'll say that the price of gasoline and diesel fuel hasn't come down enough to affect the price of trucking and getting it from point A to point B.
And the other thing that I would say, because I'm still not convinced on the tariffs, here and there I give Trump leverage to use this. He's used it effectively, but some of the tariffing, I think, keeps these prices all over the place.
I wouldn't disagree.
Yeah. Okay.
So the point I was trying to make to Kirk on the phone was, if you almost any TV show that you watch in my lifetime, it's always the Christian that they make fun of in the show, and the Christian is always like, just, you can't even believe that person's actually an actor. They're that good to be that bad. But my side question answer is James and Tammy Faye Baker.
For Christians.
What they did for Christians, yes.
Oh, well, yeah, you know what? And they didn't even have a good act. Who was the guy, the Reverend, the guy that cried and really...
Jim Swaggart.
Jimmy Swaggart. Now, see, he was an embarrassment, but what an act. Oh, my God.
You mentioned something about somebody being somebody's hairdresser for the vice president, well, Mrs. Biden.
Yes.
So Tammy Faye Baker looked like Mr. Bill, but the younger guys don't understand what that looks like.
Yeah, exactly. That is a great one. Now, that is a great one. Embarrassment to Christians because they're putting them up to mock them. Jimmy Swaggart. Oh, God, those shows. Might be, this next one's very good. Now, I'm not sure who he's an embarrassment to, though. Wait a minute. Exton caller, and it's not Joe of Exton. It's Derek of Exton. Wait a minute. Is the town big enough? Are they going to meet on the main street? Does Route 30 go through Exton? Is Joe going to be out there? The Byzantine Empire and Derek in Exton, a new addition. Hey, Derek, you're not related to Joe of
Dom,
Exton, are you?
Hi. No. Hey, in terms of embarrassment, so I'm a Scandinavian. I'm also an evangelical Lutheran. And by far our biggest embarrassment is Tim Waltz. Just with the general awkwardness and definitely because of the tampons in boys' rooms.
That is a great one. And Derek, what does it tell us about them? All right, they didn't want Josh Shapiro, and I get why. He's beyond annoying, and we know what he would have done. Out of all of America, Tim Walz is the pick.
I don't get it at all. He's just just from the hands in the air and
yes. Yeah.
His wife is awkward. He's awkward.
Yeah.
It's all awkward.
That is a great one.
I didn't get it at all.
Derek, thank you.
And,
I hope
can I say?
Sure.
One thing about Ozempic. So I'm diabetic. I actually, the original use of Ozempic was actually for diabetes, and I use it for diabetes, and I pay about $8,000 a year because I'm in a high deductible plan. So that's going to be a great help for me.
You.
And
exactly.
also
What do you think, Derek? My point is that's something useful to you. Just the shortcutting of this, though, that's the thing I'm resistant to.
Yeah. I wouldn't take it for weight loss. I don't have that problem, unfortunately, but there is side effects, and I wouldn't take it if you don't really need it. You should try to get in shape first. But if you're really overweight, it might help you. But there are side effects.
Well, Derek, I got to ask, because of Joe of Exton on the line, where have you been all this time? We love having two guys in Exton now.
Awesome. I've been here.
Yeah.
And shame on some Republicans in Chester County who didn't come out yesterday. It was not a good day, and there was a lot of Republicans that stayed home.
Yeah, exactly.
And that was terrible.
Well, Walz is a very good one. Thank you, Derek. And he not only said an embarrassment in general, but linking it to it. I'm thinking up a side question here on the fly before Linda Kearns. Like the most mysterious pick. Are there enough picks out there? I got to think, are there enough? We know I don't want to have all sports. Like, how in the world, I still think, is Ben Simmons the number one pick in the world? I don't have the time, these guys in the NBA, but I'll tell you this. I know one thing. I know it almost as strongly as I'll always be for capital punishment. I would not have picked Ben Simmons in a million years. Yeah. But it's a consensus. I don't care. Look at this guy. I'm not picking him.
And I think he's changed the way NBA scouts evaluate players. Because the mental part does really matter.
Well, right. Yeah, the fact that he can't shoot and won't shoot.
And
then the game's proposition is to shoot. might be a problem. But Tim Walz ranks up there. Are there enough things that people, processes or whatever, we have to work on that in the after show. If there are, like what would be the all-time bad pick? Not just sports. You can do a sports one. And Simmons is one of these. It's just unknowable how sports teams, and some of these guys are pretty sharp. I think they get worn down by people saying, well, the consensus is this.
I got one for you.
Yeah.
How about whoever picked the Bud Light lady to run her PR? That's
yes,
a bad
we did.
pick.
Yeah, you know what? There might be enough. Take that one off the board, Dylan. Yeah, it was a 27-year-old woman. What I said then was not her pick, but who the hell put this 27-year-old woman in charge?
Exactly. Yeah, there's the pick. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Who made that pick?
Or who made the pick to take the Cracker Barrel guy off the Cracker Barrel? Right there.
See, this is great. Yeah, we got something here.
All right. I'm going to write that one down. You can vote here early and often. Can we do the pick that we already took some big ones off? All right, she was our first-round pick, of course, as Secretary of Defense. Scott Presler, Secretary of Offense. Linda Kearns has a lot more on the Chester County debacle, and I think she's billing it. We may have to have some Elvis music be ready underneath her message to the voter, to John Q. Public, the voter, today. I think it was billed that way to me by Henry. I'm all ears on to the voter. I haven't gotten anybody telling me that Jack Ciattarelli was a bad candidate. You're asking me, where did that surface? It's all out there on this stuff because we don't want to bother the couch-watching, low-propensity voters. What other name should we come up with other than low-propensity voters? Are we ever going to come to a point where we're going to say, don't talk to me, you don't vote? You know, is that something? Oh, Dom, come on now. Well, really, if you're pro-American and a patriot, don't you vote? I'm not saying something could come up one time or another. Oh, I see a great one from Jerry Wilmington. But if you just routinely don't vote, you only voted maybe twice in your life, that was for Trump, or 3 times, what do we call you? 855-839-1210. Linda Kearns is next. My good friend, personal dental specialist, board-certified prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz. Well, we've been sharing the exciting news. His daughter, Dr. Emily Bentz, has successfully challenged and completed her board certification. Now, that's no small feat. You know, I talked to Dr. Bentz about the training, the background. This is intense. So over at the Bentz Dental Center now, that's over 11 years of training between the two and 33 years of experience between them. It's thrilling to watch Dr. Emily join Dr. Bentz in providing the best in customized and innovative care for the most complex dental cases like mine, in addition to the exceptional general dentistry services provided by Dr. Sarah Cooley Bentz. A true family of dentistry. You're not going to find anything better than this. So when you have an issue that requires highly specialized care or perhaps a second opinion, I encourage you to do what I did. Call the Bentz Dental Group, 610-272-6949. Or right now, get that initial appointment. Visit their website, Bentz, B-E-N-T-Z, dentalgroup.com, 610-272-6949.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
Is now the right time to start saving?
How can I move my financial goalposts even an inch?
Can money actually buy happiness?
What's it take to live like a royal in Queen Village?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Looking for the perfect ride at the perfect price? At Hester Chevrolet, we've got the deals to get you on the road in a new Chevy today. Our huge selection means there's something for everyone. Plus, with easy financing options, getting behind the wheel has never been easier. Explore how we can make your driving experience extraordinary. Hester Chevrolet, Philly's trusted Chevy dealer. Visit us at HesterChevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for details. Together, let's drive.
Hester Chevrolet! Looking for the confidence to walk away from the 9 to 5? Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturday evenings at 5 and Sunday mornings at 9, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Wendy's new Snickerdoodle Cookie Frosty Fusion is the perfect holiday gift. With rich frosty and chunks of Snickerdoodle cookies, it's the one thing on everyone's list. Not mine, though. I don't need anything. Definitely don't get me a Snickerdoodle Frosty that comes in vanilla or chocolate. How would you even get it to me anyways? I mean, no, I'm totally good. Please get me one. I want one so bad. For the frosty gift everyone's asking for, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
Limited time only. Participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location.
Weather sponsored by Moderna.
A cooler air mass builds into the Delaware Valley today. We'll have a mixture of sunshine and clouds. It will be breezy with a high around 58. For tonight, mostly clear and chilly, low 40 for the city and 30s out in the suburbs. And for Friday, partly sunny and breezy, a bit milder with a high 62.
Mnexspike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna, is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's MNEXSPIKE.com.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, in the on-deck circle, Linda Kearns. There we go, yes. Just one thing to throw out there. Keep it going, Henry, before Linda. Charlie Kirk talking about affordability in young people should have been listened to even more. Is it true that the median age of younger persons to get a house is 40 years of age? I'm not sure if that's just in New York or not. And he identified that that's a real problem. In New York, it might be 1 million. You're not getting one, ever. But if it's 40 to get your first home, that's more important than the price of coffee. Let's go to Linda Kearns, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Linda, welcome in.
Hey, Dom. Thanks for having me on. You know, what happened in Chester County is the worst election debacle since Dom Giordano and Dan Borowski fixed the Elvis versus Sinatra debate and made me lose.
You're never going to be able to prove that. I paid off all the witnesses, and they're no longer with us. One thing, and then Johnny Z is an unindicted co-conspirator in that, I remember. Yes. I won that so clearly. I wasn't even sweating on that one, Henry. I would have been
here
eating,
you go.
I
Here
could
you
have
go.
eaten raw oysters and won that one. That was easy.
Yeah, okay.
Well, it was the crowd. Yeah. So, Linda, what happened in Chester County, though, is major, and I'm disappointed in Eric Rowe. We've had him on the show, good guy, one of the commissioners, saying, well, you know, we have to get through the election, and then this is going to be fully investigated. You would think people would say, no, you got to do it right away. What the heck happened here?
Oh, right, Dom. The lack of outrage from the Chester County officials, it absolutely disgusts me. This is a horrible screw-up. It was so easy to prevent. And you're outraged. I hear you're outraged.
Yes.
Why aren't they giving us some outrage? I bet, Dom, that they don't make mistakes on their paychecks and their pension plan contributions, right?
Right. Yeah, this is a more major story, Linda, and thank God we have you here in the Delaware Valley because it's rare that we have an asset other than your Elvis stuff like you that can be called upon instantly to this. Yeah, it gets at several things, and you just raised one of them, how important elections are, particularly you and I and Scott. Remember, we're trying for transparency. We're trying to do the right things. How in the world, if you screw up like this, don't you at that moment stop everything and get to the bottom of it?
I know, Dom. One of my friends says that if I was ever made Secretary of State in the Commonwealth, or if I was ever an election director, I would probably have one of those guns like the Philly Fanatic has and just shoot public records off the buildings, because I would want transparency so badly that I would do whatever it takes. So you're right. We absolutely need transparency. And I am looking into this, and thanks to you, because I talked about it on your show the other day, voters have contacted me at my email, lak@lindakearnslaw.com, and you can get it at the top of my Twitter. But I do need to talk to more voters. I need to talk to as many as possible that had this experience. Especially, I would like to talk to, if there's any voters out there who ended up not being able to vote, who got there and it was just so awful. They either had to go home or there were no provisional ballots. So I really do need to talk to more voters. So I ask listeners to go to if you go to, I know you're supposed to call it X. I keep calling it Twitter. Go to the top, Linda Kearns Law, and I have it pinned how to email me, because I would like to talk to more voters. I'm doing the research today, and I am gathering as many voters as possible.
And there might be a lawsuit. You have people that think you're weighing this. It's important stuff, because I could not salute that more in any way, shape, or form that we could help, because the original sin is outrageous. But then, and Eric, you're a good guy. Call us and make your case. Why in the world should we wait till after the election? You couldn't even have an election for 75,000 people. My God.
Yeah, and Dom, think about the history of voting here in this Commonwealth and how the Democrats have screamed and shouted every election that it violates a voter's constitutional rights to ask them to simply write a date on a ballot. I mean, there has been, now millions of dollars of litigation over something that's simple. Well, where are the Democrats now? What about excluding people from the poll book? Why aren't the Democrats just as outraged about this as we are? This is something that absolutely should not have happened, and these election officials have to be held accountable. And I'd like to hear a little more outrage. I'd like to hear Dom Giordano level outrage from these election officials.
Well,
absolutely.
And again, the Inquirer is not outraged enough. They're letting them go, and we all know the further away from the election that we get, the more the trail gets cold of exactly how this sort of thing happened. And people forget about it. They have busy lives. I don't know that we need a statute to say that you have to investigate something like this immediately. I don't want more laws. But you're right.
Yeah.
These people they're slow walking this.
Yeah, we need a complete overhaul of our election code from top to bottom, east to west. It's just terrible. But you are right. They need to be just a little more serious about this. They should be as outraged as you, Dom. And the fact that they're not, it's just really, really, it's really disappointing. And, I don't live in Chester County, but I did look at their ballot, and there's people running for those municipal elections. And can you imagine because those are not elections where people donate a lot of money. It's usually all on your own dime. And some people use their own money, and you run a race and you put everything you can into it, and then you find out that people aren't even in the poll book. I mean, imagine that. That's not fair to the candidates. It's not fair to the voters. It's a terrible, terrible debacle. It shouldn't have happened. And again, if voters can contact me, lak@lindakearnslaw.com, go to the top of my Twitter, Linda Kearns Law. I would like to talk to people, and especially those who may have just because I've been hearing stories, but none of the voters have contacted me who couldn't vote. So actually a few did, but I need more. So I need to, I want to hear from everybody. If you were pushed onto a provisional ballot, I absolutely want to hear from you, because they're not even they don't look at the provisional ballots right away. That's not done immediately. It's done within 7 days of the election. So I'll also want to hear if your provisional ballot wasn't counted, because that's going to be a problem.
That is, and you identified it. I'm going to Henry tomorrow. Would you take? Let's get Eric Rowe on. He's come on before. He's a good guy, but I'm looking at the quote in the Inquirer and saying there will be accountability. It's got to be right now. How complicated is this?
I know. I mean, I kind of have a feeling the county solicitors didn't want him. I mean, and this is just a guess. You know how lawyers are, Dom. They probably just didn't want him to too much responsibility for it, so that anyone who sues would have a quote. That's kind of my guess. But I still think he can be outraged. I still think he can show more understanding for both the voters and the candidates about the unfairness of all this.
We know the two Democrats are not. They had a guy crab walk outside their prison for a month that was here illegally and murdered someone. So, Linda, I was told by Henry, too, you have a message to the voters. I'm a voter. What's your message?
Well, first of all, my message is, I know it's easy to get discouraged, and I don't want people discouraged. I mean, I live in Philadelphia, and I've never missed an election. So if anyone could, has a right to be discouraged, it's me. And you can check my voter record. I've never missed an election. So you can't. The only way your vote's not going to count is if you don't show up. And you were talking earlier about low propensity voters. I call them unmotivated voters, and I think we have to work on getting them motivated. But please, we're going to have a primary in May. Hopefully, Chester County is getting ready for it. Hopefully they are putting and every county in the Commonwealth is putting some procedures in place to proofread all of these things so this never happens again. But if you're a voter, please don't let this discourage you. You still have to come out and vote. You have to vote. And you say that message all the time. I hear it all the time. But I think we realized yesterday, even though some of the voter participation numbers did come up, they're not high enough. And if you voted in the presidential and didn't vote, not yesterday, Tuesday, then I don't feel sorry for you. You have your voice. People died for that voice, Tom.
Right. And you know what? The Democrats in this, though, did have not great, 100% is great, did have pretty good numbers. They did come out and vote. Yeah.
And the Republicans, unfortunately, didn't. It's an age-old problem. It's a lifelong problem. And now we have, not only did those justices get retained, but more importantly, I think we lost the Superior Court and the Commonwealth Court race. So now we have another Democrat on the Superior Court and another Democrat on the Commonwealth Court. And I think that's a real missed opportunity for Republicans.
But
so
I would say this, Linda, on the Supreme Court justices, you and Scott Presler, I think succeeded here. We put this on the map. They had to move heaven and earth, and they hated us for actually putting democracy in action. So even though we didn't win on it, I have to say I am satisfied that we moved people on this out of all proportion to everything. Let's build on that in the future.
Well, that Justice Donahue, she's going to have to retire soon when she reaches 75. So there will be an opening. I hope that there are some good Republican candidates in the wings that the voters can get behind. Because it's so important to make that bench just a little more even. I mean, we need more Republicans on that bench, more conservatives, more judges who are going to interpret the law as written, not write the law.
Absolutely. Well, Linda, be listening tomorrow if we get Eric Rowe on. Not that we tag you in on that, but I hear what you're saying. He's a good guy. He's come on before, but he can say there's urgency that I'm moving the other commissioners here. We got to get to the bottom. How much more election stuff is there? You've got to take care of something like this, and that would show people that you can react to when there's a debacle that happens rather than we're going to wait for what?
Yeah, I mean, they do have to do all the counting and the certifying, so there are a lot of tasks that have to be done. But my issue with his statement is it just didn't show the proper level of outrage, and it's going to make voters think that they don't care. And that it's just not a priority. It's just, another day in Chester County, another screw up.
Absolutely. Thanks, Linda, very much.
Thank you, Dom. And do you apologize for calling me a bloviator?
No, that is an endearment. It's like break a leg. Linda, get it with the business. Hey, Linda, the next show, break a leg, you bloviator. Come on. It's an endearment.
I don't know. That sounds like, I don't know. That kind of just sounds like a negative adjective. I don't know.
Well, you'll see someday when you're doing talk radio a lot and you're speaking and all. People love it, endears them. Oh, I'm a bloviator. They love it. They lap it up.
Okay.
Yes. I am, too, but that's beside the point. All right, thank you, Linda. Can you imagine? She won't call in. Can you imagine what Roe goes through? Oh, my God. It's not just me.
Oh, I'm sure.
DJ.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, I'm sure there are many times in the living room just, yap. And she's just like.
Luke is not a bloviator, and the cat is not, pretty much. So there you go.
Good. At least you got the cat.
Yeah. If we were a dog barking, that'd be another bloviator. All right. We'll get some more callers in here. Hit us with that all-time embarrassment to a particular group, your group. And we'll see if Eric Rowe will come on. I mean, they ought to be doing it right now, particularly given the track record of having that guy escape from prison. And are people outraged out in Chester County? Not so much. I think the suburbs is overdosing on Ozempic or something else. Something is in the water supply of the Philadelphia suburbs. They accept stuff like this. 855-839-1210. Let's talk about Rescue Natural Supplements. Take advantage of huge Black Friday savings all month long. We're talking discounts up to 80% off on high-quality, carefully crafted natural formulas for all of your health and wellness needs for over 40 years. Rescue has used clinically tested vitamins, nutrients, antioxidants, patented ingredients to perfect their all-natural supplement blends. And right now, you can grab exactly what you need at all-time high discounts, from immunity boosters and blood pressure health to natural brain focus and energy enhancers. You'll get slash prices up to 80% off on Rescue's wide variety of wellness products like trusted cholesterol support supplements or high-intensity omega-3s. Stop waiting to improve your well-being. Get these limited-time deals at res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant at 800-26-ALIVE. Again, 800-262-5483 or online at res-q.com for up to 80% off during the entire month of November. Shop today, save, and start actually feeling better with high-quality health essentials.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/radio for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Philadelphia is expected to be on a list of 40 airports where the FAA is reducing air traffic. Amid strain on air traffic controllers, thousands of student workers at Penn prepared to vote to authorize a strike, and Nancy Pelosi announces she will not seek re-election after her current term in the House is up.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
All right, Dom time. Dom's Money Melody. We have that coming up, but we're looking for embarrassment. And Scott of Mount Laurel must be reading my mind with his. Kirk just gave me Josh Shapiro, and I'll get into this at 2 o'clock, has shared his concerns with Mandani privately. Oh, Josh, do tell. Why would that not be a public thing? It's a public matter, is it not? Let's go to Scott in Mount Laurel on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Scott.
Hey, Dom. Well, before I get to that, I want to talk about Pelosi. First thing that came to mind was I wonder why she's retiring. Is it possible that the federal government's going to go after her on something and she's trying to take the steam out? Because most politicians like her, they don't walk away. They just, do less work but stay in office. I wonder if she's going to get nailed with some insider trading. She wants to take some steam out of it.
You know what? If the Trump people are involved, though, would that take the steam out of it? That's interesting. Apparently, there are a couple people that were going to run against her, and one of them, I think, had a shot in San Francisco, Scott. But I like what you're thinking, too. And again, they're beating up on Jack Ciattarelli, what he didn't do during the campaign. And yet Jersey thinks Mikey Sherrill made $7 million, and that's okay.
Yeah, well, New Jersey's New Jersey. I mean, the weird thing about Ciattarelli is he got more votes this time than he got last time.
Right.
And yet he did further. So the question is, did the population in New Jersey increase? And if so, it's possible because we know that there have been a lot of New Yorkers that have moved down to New Jersey and South Jersey. And I noticed the numbers in Burlington County, which is usually kind of a split county, was very heavily in favor of Sherrill. So I wonder if, if maybe we've had an increase in population and a lot of them have been on the left. In addition to the, we'll call them the leap year voters because they vote once every 4 years. How about that?
Well,
the ones that stay home.
Yeah, and Scott, I'm so sensitive to this because you beat yourself up. He ran harder than almost anybody I've ever seen of a campaign. And to steal away acknowledgement of how good this was, to say he wasn't a good candidate in some quarters. What?
He was a good candidate. He was a very good candidate. The problem we had is that there was no enthusiasm. Murphy hasn't done anything recently to get everybody all excited. That's what happened last time. Was Murphy was so in your face in 21 that people were fired up, and just by laying low, the default here is that Democrats are going to win if you just don't do anything crazy. If you don't, have a Florio situation or a Corzine or somebody who's really just awful.
That's usual. 13-point loss is the issue, though. I would accept that. You're right. For a 1 or 2 point loss, 13 though is impossible.
I always wonder. And I always wonder about fraud. I mean,
I do too.
We've kind of we always thought, oh, it was an isolated incident here, an isolated incident there. Now you start thinking about it. God, they could cheat anywhere. Who would know? And as long as they don't want ID, we know that that's part of their MO.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's certainly out there because Mikey Sherrill was not exciting urban voters. I don't believe that for a second.
No way. She definitely. I would say half of New Jerseyans probably barely know who she is.
Yeah,
and,
exactly.
One other thing about Pelosi, I tell you, as from a Democrat perspective, she could be a Mount Rushmore candidate. Think about how far left the country has gone since she's been in office and when she was Speaker. And the crowning achievement, she passed Obamacare without enough votes. Think about that. Without enough votes, she deemed it passed and had the nerve to do that and got away with it.
She does belong there. FDR. Who else should we put on that wall of non-fame?
Oh, Lyndon Johnson.
Oh, I could. Don't do that because I could do 3 hours. He's underrated as far as the evil that man created. He is the reason for most of where we are today. He's the all-timer. Yep.
Yeah, Woodrow Wilson. Throw him in there.
Ah, boy, you're
rolling. All these people
Yeah.
You know, well, Wilson started really all that progressive stuff in the Democrat Party. Then FDR jumped on it, and then of course Lyndon Johnson took it to another level, and Obama's put his little spin on it.
Yeah, Johnson definitely on there. So who's the embarrassment?
Well, as a Jew, Josh Shapiro is the embarrassment because outside of the many reasons he could be, but for particularly he has his house bombed, attacked, and instead of calling out the obvious anti-Semitism, he sells his soul for political gain. That is embarrassing.
Absolutely. We're going to tell you coming up that Josh Shapiro will play you a little sound of why he says Republicans didn't do well. All right. And he's all over the place. And he met with Mondami talking about his Israel comments, his concerns about that. The governor revealed following his win that he expressed that to him personally. Well, wouldn't that be public? I don't mean word by word, but what he thinks of Mondami. And Scott's right. This guy is an embarrassment. He's a chameleon. He is a threat up and down the line. He's calculating beyond calculation. And he's also very short. Okay, Dom, Rose said you can't say that. 855-839, you'll see that during the campaign.
Okay.
Just watch for the cowboy boots.
Yeah.
That Ron DeSantis.
Some heighteners, yeah.
No, or Ron DeSantis would tower over. I've stood next to him. I make sure I stand up even straighter. Dom, you can't get those cowboy boots out. All right. 855-839-1210. We got Dom's Money Melody coming up for a nice prize on Talk Radio 1210.
This information should not be taken as legal or medical advice. We are an advocacy organization sponsored by law firms. For information about all your legal rights and medical matters, consult with a mesothelioma attorney and healthcare provider. Prior results do not predict a similar outcome.
A mesothelioma diagnosis can feel overwhelming, but you don't have to face it alone. The Mesothelioma Center at asbestos.com has helped thousands of families find care and get the financial help they deserve.
I was diagnosed with pleural mesothelioma in July of 2019. I connected with asbestos.com. I remember thinking that perhaps we can get some help, that there's money out there. It was the best decision ever. And I ended up with college money for my children.
50% of mesothelioma patients and families in the U.S. turn to us for help each year. For trusted, compassionate support, visit asbestos.com or call 800-681-1942. That's 800-681-1942. 800-681-1942.
Listen up, football fans. You marry at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply. And app only.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra and Philly Sports Put to Music at World Cafe Live in Philly, Wednesday, November 19th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello! Black Friday sales are here, and many consumers complain that the discounts aren't as deep as they used to be. But that's not true at National Appliance Warehouse. They've negotiated big discounts directly from manufacturers and are passing them right on to you. It all adds up to the biggest savings event of the year. That makes appliances from National Appliance Warehouse the best bang for your Black Friday buck. You deserve the perfect appliances and to enjoy an unbeatable experience. We're fully staffed with friendly professionals who are dedicated to delivering all of that, all while delivering the Black Friday savings you remember.
The Black Friday mega sale is underway at National Appliance Warehouse. Massive savings on GE appliances. Save up to 43%. Wow, 43% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. Thank you, Nancy Pelosi. We've hit the gold mine today of great embarrassments of your particular group. They've been funny. They've been great. Some on Twitter. If you have one, we'd love to hear it. So, Pelosi, I like what Scott said. I don't know, finally, where they're going to catch up with her with the Trump administration. No, I think they go after her hammer and tongue if that's what's going to happen. Is it win one for Nancy will be their theme for the midterms? Probably. And we played you the one guy saying she belongs on the Mount Rushmore of all-time Democrats/progressives. And I like what Scott said. Obviously, FDR, internment camps, got to get you on there, would be there. Nancy did get affordable care, in quotes, over the finish line, among other things. And LBJ is just the most... When you bring guys in and you're on the toilet to embarrass them the first day, they're an advisor to you. This is what he would do.
Mm-hmm.
You're beyond an animal. I mean, there's just no hope for
He always
you.
struck me as just like a sinister guy.
Oh, yeah. Beyond belief. Yes. And he's the one that created the infrastructure of all the federal government that we still have today. Other Democrats like Obama came along and added to it. But that's exactly what he did, to Henry's point. Just a crude... just aberration.
Like he there's a picture of him where like after JFK was shot and like Jackie is just distraught and he's like yucking it up with like the people around him like, how about this? I'm president now.
Yeah. Well, the Kennedys though, equal footing here on this. All right. We also talked about this weight loss drug prices. They struck a deal to have that go down today, which is a good thing. I just didn't like the shortcut emphasis of RFK. We're going to lose 125 million pounds that he talked about today. But still, breaking down what happened in the election going forward, and Linda Kearns, too, talking about the Chester County situation and how we still have no action on that. Who did it? How did they do it? It should take about an hour to get to the bottom of it, would you not think? Well, we still have the election going on there. We'll see if they'll come on tomorrow and talk about it. Okay, 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. Just a couple of things. To me, you know how difficult this is, but Larry Krasner flipped 8 wards in lower northeast Philadelphia. Thanks to the Inquirer, I do have the percentages pretty easily. Listen to this. In Chestnut Hill, you know why? They're insulated from the violence, from what he causes. In Chestnut Hill, 83.4% for Krasner. 83.4%. That used to be a Republican bastion. Roxborough, which is where historically, and you can't even say that Roxborough is diverse. I looked at the numbers there. It's not. It's white still. And that's where cops and nurses and others, these moderate Democrats, you would think, he got 68.8% in Roxborough. That's 76% white. Thank God for places like Packer Park. Dugan got 61.4%. And Northeast Philadelphia did not stand up as much as I'd like, but in Mayfair and surrounding Mayfair, Dugan got 64.6%. The problem is in places like Mayfair and others, and several sharp people told me, yeah, Dugan may have gotten a higher percentage, but they didn't come out and vote. It's like, what do you need here? I mean, just so this insufferable man can't lecture us about how Philadelphia supports him and hates conservatives and everything else. And just think about the run-up to this campaign. Krasner undressed internationally by Frankie Scales. I mean, it was amazing. It was like a Hollywood thing when the woman yells, "Frankie, we love you," in the middle, and Frankie says, "Thank you," and then goes back to Krasner. And then Miss Scott. Everybody boo-hoo the whole thing and all, and we learned, as we thought, that Krasner's people were at the bottom of that guy being out of jail and maybe somebody else that worked with him. And it doesn't matter. We still see this debacle winning by 50 points. But these numbers are stunning. Northeast Philadelphia, essentially, I would say across the board, it was pretty close between Krasner and Dugan, but Krasner still won there. Northeast Philadelphia, the people are always complaining. Look at what's happening. The worst of the city is encroaching and coming up the boulevard. As I said, in lower Northeast Philadelphia, he flipped 8 wards that had gone for Dugan in the primary. Here's another thing about Democrats, right? Here's another thing about Democrats in Philadelphia. They're sick people. In other words, in the primary, they said, including the unions, I mean, I think I could get Ryan Boyer on, and I think I just go nuts. And, it's valuable to talk with him. He's the head of the building trades and all, and he's right on any number of issues I agree with him on. But how did these people who knew what an existential threat Krasner was, that voted for Dugan in the primary, they were not able to vote for him in the general election? What changed? Only one thing, and not even that much. He ran as an independent/Republican. They couldn't vote for him because he was no longer a Democrat running in that manner. Think about that. They're willing, these people, these Democrat idiots, and some of them are the union types, they're willing to put their lives, the lives of their kids, the wives of their wives on the line because Dugan might have gotten elected as a Republican. When you've heard Dugan on with me many, many times, he's a moderate Democrat. He ran the court in a way that was giving people second chances and all the. In fact, the only thing I regretted is when Krasner went to the wife stuff and everything, and the Trump stuff, he didn't stand up and really go after him. And I think he changed a little bit after we, talked about that. What's the difference in the guy? There is no difference. Yeah, we don't like him now. He's with the Republicans. Think about the insanity of Philadelphia, of that group of people who in the primary were behind him. And what was the reason? Because of the danger. Because these are patriotic Americans, these building trades and the others. They despise Larry Krasner, but they make the trade-off. We're all in it together. So, guys, you'll allow Krasner to cause more murder, more robbery, more miserable, and be insufferable for another 4 years. Put your family at risk because you think this guy's a traitor. Because he gave his word. Give me a break. Grow up. We all know politics. He gave his word. And then he ran as a Republican. It had to be difficult for him. We tried to convince him, his motivation. He made the right choice. He did what he could around it. Sure, he wanted to be DA too. What's wrong with that? And yet, this stinking Democrat Party in Philadelphia, it has them in their hold. They can't think. They just have to be beaten up and down the line. And that's why we come back to the reluctant voters on the Republican side, particularly the reluctant Trump voters. You can have the presidency. That's great. But these local offices, this is where we live, out in Bucks County now. We have to put up with Krasner land coming to Bucks County. Because vote when it's presidential. That's what matters. No, it doesn't, buddy. We've proven this time after time after time. But my analysis here in Philadelphia is the numbers were just not there of people coming out to vote. And you still have these people who know Dugan, think he's a good guy, which I do too, was a good judge, would have been a reasonable DA, certainly an uptick from Krasner. Nope, I got to vote with the Democrats. How in the world can I even not just despise this? Well, I'm like a doctor. I analyze it. It's a sickness. The last Republican mayor of Philadelphia, if you've not heard this before, you can check it out. He was alive, the last Republican mayor, for 3 years, meaning he was born and alive for 3 years, while Billy the Kid, roamed the earth. So if you say to me, I think it was 1954, whatever the date was, the last Republican mayor, people go, wow, that's a long time. But when you tell them when this guy was born, that was the Republican.
Cracks me up.
Billy the Kid. Every time I get to, sometimes, Henry, I go to an event that has nothing to do with it. I start with that story because it cracks me up. I have to do a Billy the Kid impression or something. Maybe put a holster on. Imagine. That's the last mayor. Hey, Billy, come on out with your hands up. That's the last time. Will we ever see somebody other than a Democrat? Well, we would see a progressive, you know what I mean, farther. No, you're not going to. It's in the blood. It's in the water. It's the stupidity of this place. So how could I ever put the pom-poms on for Philadelphia? I won't, because of this control. And the union members who should know better, they're not as bad as the progressive crowd, the Chestnut Hill wine and cheese crowd. Why do they do it? Because of the trade-off. We'll give you whatever you want as a union, fall in line, and vote Democrat. And, of course, the FOP, we still haven't heard from them. Oh, come on, Dom, not the cop. Oh, yeah. They're not out there going after Krasner. Got to give him credit. Look, I acknowledge when you see the enemy, and that's what he is, and you want to defeat him, you have to acknowledge why they're successful. You can't wish it away. You got to beat him into the ground metaphorically and win. And Krasner is a political animal, despite all that baggage. I mean, who else, weeks before the election, could be undressed by Frankie Scales and then have Mrs. Scott and the trace right back to him? And Philadelphia goes, we don't care. Dugan's a traitor. He's running as a Republican. He's a traitor. Just think of how crazy you have to be. It's not like you had a guy who's a little bit liberal. You have a guy that's top of the line, and he's a cop hater. And the cops, they just nodded. That's how I see it. Okay, we 855-839-1210. Let's get one more on board. All-time embarrassment. Jerry in Wilmington, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Jerry, what do you have today?
Hey, Don, welcome back. This election, the Republicans were against a perfect storm. We had when he said Trump didn't do anything about inflation. Well, he stopped it. We went up 20% for Biden. He stopped it. And, with gas is down within a year, everything else will go down. But he stopped it. So, and then there was the immigration, the newspaper people saying, Nazis and picking up brown people and all that. The media didn't help. And then the government shut down. That didn't help. Even Republicans are blamed a little bit more than Democrats. So,
yeah, but wait a minute, Jerry. Why did that stop the 500,000 only Trumper voters in Jersey from showing up and voting to stop all this?
Good point. Good point.
Yeah, I know. I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I hear what you're saying, Jerry, but we got to get these people out to vote. What's your side today?
Oh, it's your buddy, Jim Kennedy, who talks about his Irish heritage. During COVID, when he ordered all the diners, restaurants in Philadelphia, no dine-in, you can't dine in Philadelphia. He was caught in Maryland with no mask, no social distancing, in a restaurant in Maryland inside. On a picture was prominently put out there nationwide. Yep. And he has no excuse. It was just, it's I'm the mayor. I can do whatever I want.
Philly, he did bring up the Irish a lot. Thank you, Jerry. Yes. Oh, he's an embarrassment. He's an embarrassment to 2 Street. He's an embarrassment to his own mirror. 855-839-1210. All right, Eric Rowe, commissioner in Chester County, will be here at 2:30. And again, Linda and I were saying, hey, he's a good guy. Why not today to get to the bottom of this? We'll let him explain. We've had good conversations before. He's in a minority there, but he ought to be the voice, don't you think? Guy Shiraki, we're writing another column for you. Alert, Guy Shiraki. He's getting ready. All right, first, though, it's time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
All right, today we're playing for a pair of tickets to see classical guitarist Adam Ciccoliti at the Zlock Performing Arts Center on the campus of Bucks County Community College this Saturday, November 8th at 3 p.m., courtesy of the Zlock Performing Arts Center. And you get the belt for today. You know, like wrestling, you got to strut around that you got it, which I'm always amazed that usually somebody gets it. All right, Henry, it's yours.
Yeah, Dom. So today on the side question, we're asking for somebody who brought shame or embarrassment to a group you associate yourself with.
Yes.
Part of getting embarrassed, I guess, is being called out for something. No one likes being called out, especially in song. Being called out in song could be essentially, you could say it's called a diss track. And there have been many diss tracks throughout time. One being Hit 'Em Up by Tupac, going after his rival Biggie Smalls. Another one being Back to Back when Drake went after Philly's own Meek Mill. And then more recently, that got him, that was very popular in the Super Bowl halftime show is Kendrick Lamar's Not Like Us, which also went after Drake there. So it got me thinking, what's the oldest diss track out there? And what did I find is that in 1755, during the French and Indian War, British soldiers came up with a nice tune to mock all the Americans fighting in this war. But then when it was the American Revolution, the Americans turned this song back onto the British when they started winning. Of course, I am talking about the 1755 hit Yankee Doodle. Yeah, follow me here. I am going to play you a cover of Yankee Doodle in a foreign language. I want to know the language or the country in which this cover hails from. They obviously don't sing about Yankee Doodle in this country. No, they sing about the terrain of the country in this cover. So yeah,
all right, wait a minute. Now, Dan collaborated with you, obviously, on this, because between the two of you, this is the most elaborate yet.
Yeah, no. I wanted to get my thought process out before you hear this song, because it took me I just kept going. Kirk watched me do the whole thing. I was really going on one here. So
all right, here we go.
want the country or the language here?
Country or language
in this cover?
Okay. My God.
It cracks me up. Want that language, Thomas.
All right, hit us with the language, which might be hard, or the country. I don't know which is harder. Do it quickly. 855-839-1210.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
In sports, it's the dream team. And if your car is out of warranty, there's a team for that as well. You, the driver, your mechanic, and Endurance to pay for the repair bills. I'm Danica Patrick. In the past 5 years, auto repair costs have gone up over 36%. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all. With an Endurance auto protection plan, no matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done by the certified mechanic of your choice. Plans cover 24/7 towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, and lockout services. Act now and get the benefits of our Elite Plan, a $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again. So call now for your free quote.
Call 800-290-0497. That's 800-290-0497. 800-290-0497.
It's that time of year again to replace your old drafty windows and doors. If this sounds like something on your to-do list, then turn to my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you save big this fall with their buy one, get one half off sale on all qualifying windows and doors. For every door and window you buy, you get a second one at 50% off. And you can mix and match these savings to suit your own needs. Buy an entry door, get half off a storm door. Buy a patio door, get 50% off a window. Need to replace all the windows and doors in your house? Then you'll save 50% on half your project. The more you need, the more you save. Plus, start your project with no money down and take 18 months to pay it off with no interest. Offers for a limited time only and restrictions apply. So call GUIDA today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate, 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate, 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. My grandfather Marvin, a World War II vet, started our family business almost 75 years ago. He knew every customer personally. Today, the HVAC business has changed. Most guys like me have sold out to larger private equity firms, making most of my competitors a bunch of overpriced corporate rodeo clowns. If you want an HVAC company that's big enough to get you fast, but small enough to care and know who you are, then contact us at Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Go to marvinekanze.com.
Dawn Stensland here. Kick off your fall and find yourself that new or certified luxury vehicle you've been wanting. My friends from Piazza Premium Automobiles are here to assist you in your unique vehicle search. The Piazza Premium family, featuring dealerships across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. Find your Alfa Romeo, Maserati, Mercedes-Benz, Porsche, Jaguar, or Land Rover at PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. When I'm on the field, I'm always looking for a window of opportunity. If you're looking for a window of opportunity to replace windows in your home, now's the time.
Window Nation puts an end to your window problems. You'll save big, too, with 50% off all window styles. Plus, you can get 0 interest for 5 years. Hurry, this sale ends soon, so schedule your free estimate right now at windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Visit windownation.com.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2. And you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbie, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp, and they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest-growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today.
Take the next step forward in your career with great benefits and an award-winning workplace with Progressive Insurance. Apply at careers.progressive.com.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
It's Dom Money Melody.
All right, let's go straight to the answers here. We got the commissioner waiting, Dom Giordano show. What country or what language? Yankee Doodle Dandy was the premise coming from.
Yes.
Ken in Sicklerville. All right, Ken, country or language? What do you say?
Yeah, I was going to say either Japanese or...
Are you saying the Japanese or not?
Yeah, you got to say one or the other, Ken.
Yeah.
What are you saying?
Japanese.
All right, I'll put you on hold, Ken. You're the winner. Enjoy the Zlock. How in the world he got that is quite a mystery.
Yeah, it's called 1,000 Feet in the Alps. It's about their Mount Koyari in Japan.
Wow. All right, nice stuff. And so glad Chester County Commissioner, who is the Republican, the minority there, the 2 Democrats, Eric Rowe joining us. You heard Linda Kearns on with us today talking about what happened on Election Day with 75,000 people, give or take, and what's going to happen as a result of it. Let's go to the commissioner. Hey, Commissioner, thanks for contacting and calling in. What can you tell us at this point?
Thanks for having me, Dom.
You're welcome. What can you tell us?
Well, I can tell you that I'm profoundly disappointed in what happened in Chester County on Tuesday. It was a colossal mistake that had really big ramifications, and independents and minor party voters should never be made to feel like second-class citizens, and that's just what happened.
Okay, so the Inquirer, the tenor from the commissioners, though, what we were talking about is, shouldn't this be dealt with right now? Can't we chew gum and walk at the same time? I know you have the election, but this is a matter that can't be put off. When will it be adjudicated?
Yeah. So without delay, however, we have to count some votes first. There were over 12,000 provisional ballots cast on Tuesday. In a normal election, you might have a few hundred. This is over 12,000. So we need an investigation, and not just any investigation. It needs to be done by a neutral third party. So the investigation can't be done just by us or just by the Department of State. We need a neutral third party to get in there and get lots and lots of answers. But imagine a few dozen people trying to count 12,000 provisional ballots. If you have investigators descend on them right now, those votes are just never going to get counted in time. So we got to at least get some counting done, but we don't need to wait forever. We don't need to wait for certification. We don't need to wait for, grass to grow under our feet first. We need answers now while it's fresh, but we also need to get some votes counted. And so we're just trying to balance that. But I don't think we need to wait all that long. We need answers. We need them quickly.
Would that be next week then that we're going to have that?
I hope so. I do hope so, that by early to mid next week, an investigation is fully underway. That's my hope. That's what I will be advocating for.
Okay.
I'm one of 3 members, and I'm the minority party commissioner.
Right.
So I can't promise the world.
I would go back to you again then. You haven't settled in on who will do the investigation yet.
Not yet. No, but I want a third party, a neutral third party. There are organizations that can do this. They do this professionally, and that's what I'm going to be asking for.
Couldn't the 3 of you decide that, at least for the public? Wouldn't you think that by this point that would be decided?
I would like that. We're not there yet, but I'm pushing. That's what I can say so far.
But I mean, you're meeting discussing this.
Yeah, we've had some meetings to discuss this.
Okay.
We've had some meetings. I have to be a little careful what I'm sharing so far.
I hear
there
you.
are legal reasons
I
for
hear
that.
you. Yes.
But yeah, that's what I'm pushing for.
Give me a sense of whatever you can say, and if you can't, I understand the legalities of this, though. But this is stunning how this happened. Do you know at this point there were test runs of this stuff? Can you talk about that? Was that done?
So I can't talk about test runs.
Okay.
What I can say is one of the things I found most surprising when I became a county commissioner is just how many moving pieces there are in administering elections. There are a lot more than I ever thought there were. And I can see how one seemingly small mistake can have catastrophic consequences. So I suppose I am shocked that this happened on Tuesday. It's the worst mistake I've ever seen in administering an election in Chester County. With that said, I think sometimes there are very small, easily made mistakes that can happen that can unfortunately upend an entire election, and that's just what happened here. I don't know exactly what that is yet. That's why we need professionals to come in and get us those answers. There are a lot of people coming to me who want, they want revenge on whoever is responsible for this, and I share their frustrations. I'm pissed, Don. I'm just pissed. I'm really
I hear
upset
that.
about
I'm
what
glad
happened.
you came on to say that. Could you characterize, because Linda Kearns, who's our guru on this, Eric, said, well, you wouldn't see a mistake on this like with your health or your paycheck or whatever. Instantly, there would be all kinds of stuff. Just big picture to me, and I'm not making aspersions here, but given what the country's been through, given what we've been through, and I know you and I know you're on top of it, this has to be treated as if we're dealing with, you both turn your keys at the same time. We're launching something here as a level of importance. And if that were the case, it's hard for me to understand what kind of small things would go into this that could trigger this. It's hard for me to understand that.
When you have this many moving pieces, you need people who will check and double check each other's work. That's what you have to have. I don't know for certain what went wrong, so I'm not going to speculate there. But I do know for sure that we have to make sure it doesn't happen again, and that will necessarily mean having multiple checks on each other's work when putting together poll books, for example, or updating the voter rolls throughout the year. There are so many different times when we're going to have multiple eyeballs on things from now on, and that's going to have to be a change that comes.
So review for your constituents, for our listeners. A, you think by sometime next week you guys will agree on a third party, and then
that's what
maybe
I'm
the
pushing
mechanism.
for.
Yeah, the mechanism.
That's what I'm pushing for. I can't guarantee that.
So is it the impartiality of the third party that you guys are talking about and trying to arrive on? You all agree on it?
So the state reps, the state reps from Chester County asked the Department of State to conduct an investigation. And that sounds like a great idea. Here's the problem. Chester County has to work with the Department of State on creating our poll books. So is the Department of State really a neutral third party? I don't think so, right? If they provide the information that we print, or that we request rather, then they're not completely disengaged from this, right? So I don't think they're the best entity to be doing investigations. I would welcome their investigations. If they want to, they certainly should. I would have no problem with it. But that's not the single best entity to be doing an investigation. And it certainly can't just be the county itself. So what I'm pushing for and will be pushing for is a neutral third party.
All right. Well, Eric, very glad you called in today. Keep us anytime next week. You have carte blanche, because this is it's a big picture, not just Chester County, the sensitivity around this stuff. Without a doubt, we'll put you back on as soon as you know more. And again, given all the legal barriers, I'm very glad you called in.
Thank you for having me, and I want to be as transparent as I possibly can in this whole process, including having town halls to answer the public's questions. So,
do you know when
you want
those
me
will,
on, let me know.
Do you know when those will be set up?
Not until I have facts. Facts are my friend right now, and I need to get those first. But then when I get them, the public will have them.
All right.
Yep.
We'll give you carte blanche anytime, Eric. Thank you.
Thank you, Dom. Take care.
There's Eric Rowe. Thank you, and thanks to Linda Kearns. And we'll see if Al Schmidt will probably come on now. He wants to be involved.
How many Pennsylvania representatives can we get on this show?
Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah. But I mean, look, he is under legal constraints. But you got to arrive at what you think the investigators should be. Come on, Chester County. And you have to move on this. And I would say, we don't want to hear, well, Thanksgiving break, and then we're into December, and nobody knows what happened here. I'm still unclear on how a small thing would trigger this. And again, elections at this point in time, sensitivity of this, you have to have, like, both of us are going to turn our keys here. It's got to be that. Read the code back. Crimson Tide. 855-839-1210. You get in. More calls coming up. But first, let's talk about our friends over at Martin. It's so important to make sure our families have the essentials, food, shelter, and, of course, pure, clean drinking water. A lot of news about drinking water these days. Just do what I did and count on Martin Water Conditioning to secure your family's drinking water. The Kinetico system removes all the impurities from your water. What comes out of the tap? Crystal clear, all-natural water. Not only the best tasting water ever, it provides peace of mind. You're knowing that your family's water is pure and clean. That's where the Martin Water Conditioning family comes in, passionate about water, 46 years of experience to work for you. I tell you about the people that come out. Dwayne is our guy. The customer service, they're thrilled when they show you the free water test before and after the impurities coming out. All you have to do right now is contact Martin Water Conditioning. They will take great care of you. Click on martinwater.com or 800-887-7555. 800-887-7555.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install a Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/radio for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Hi, I'm Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. As presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network, PNC Bank loves an exciting game. But we also think a little boring can go a long way. You see, boring banking means you're doing the right things. That is why PNC leaves a third and long to the professionals. Reliable fiscal strategies are more in our zone anyway. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
I can't guarantee it, but Al Schmidt and I get along. Hopefully he'll come on tomorrow and give us how he sees this. It is a shocking incident, and I'm very glad Eric Rowe called in. and said some of the things that he said, but I still think it should be done before the end of this week. I know they're counting votes. I know, but they do need an investigation, and it's going to be interesting to hear. And this isn't anything that was negative toward Democrats or Republicans, but how in the world can we not conduct elections anymore? Robert in Bensalem on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert.
Hey, Dom, Henry, good to talk to you guys today. Just tell Pope Leo we don't need immigration advice from somebody who lives behind a walled city, and we're already taking 1.3 million legal immigrants every year for the last 15 years, but he doesn't mention that.
Hey, Robert, I've only asked Metallica a question. I've never asked the Pope a question. You have my question. Holy Father, you live behind a wall. And I'd like a follow-up, by the way, if I'm not in hell already, with this first question.
Metallica. Okay.
I wish I had that video. I'm telling you, I didn't have a suit and tie when I was kind of undercover for it. They sent me to cover it. It was nuts.
Well, and you and Scott nailed it on Jersey, and I'll just get to the side question. I wanted to change it because you kind of mentioned mine, and he doesn't pop. Being Irish, the biggest embarrassment to me right now is Rosie O'Donnell. And you guys had yourself a wonderful day.
That is a very good one. Yeah, hard to get more. Oh, here he is now. Let's see if he can reclaim his title here. We have Derek in Exton, who is one of the leaders with an answer today.
Totally.
Does Joe stay on brand? Oh, man, he's got a good one here. Hey, Joe. Good afternoon. What do you have, Joe of Exton?
Yes, hello, Dom, and good afternoon. My family ethnicity on both sides is Polish, and my cultural embarrassment is the Polish film director, Roman Polanski, who, while visiting California, raped a 13-year-old girl, whereupon he immediately fled the country without being indicted and went to France, where he died shortly thereafter.
Very nice, Joe. Thank you very much. The guy should be the branding guru, the best brander we've ever heard. Joe of Exton. He's his own brand, and he just rolls them out there.
Yep.
Drew in Upper Darby on Talk Radio, and Zenos and and Joe. Oh, we got the heavy hitters here. All right, Drew, what's yours? Yeah.
Hey, Dom, thanks a lot. I would like to thank Robert for his kind words also.
All true. Hey, we back him up on that. That's true.
Thank you, man. Hey, Dom, I'm Greek descent. I'm half Greek, so that's why I'm going to tell you this story. And Zenos, he's Socrates compared to me, so I don't want to offend anybody, man.
Yeah.
About 35 years ago, a cruise ship was sinking, and its captain and its crew were of Greek descent. And the captain and the crew, a lot of them, they abandoned ship before the passengers even knew the ship was sinking. And when they got the captain on land where he was safe and secure, they interviewed him, and he says in his broken English, "That's bush. That's a myth. When captain goes down with ship, it's a myth. It's a myth." Thanks, Don. Appreciate it.
We got to follow up with Zenos in Upper Darby after that. Hey, Zenos, welcome.
Yeah, Dom, welcome back. I heard Drew, and he said he's of Greek descent. So I don't know about that one, but maybe he was. But mine one, I'm going to get right to the point.
Yes.
Was Dukakis sitting in the tank with a helmet that was 5 sizes too big, and his eyeballs were sticking out of the hole.
That is a very... I interviewed Dukakis once, and he was fine until we mentioned Bush somehow or another, and he went nuts. But, Henry, you got to Google it. I told you about it. Yeah, it was hard to believe. The Earl of Tacony. Hey, Earl. Your Tacony went heavily for Larry Krasner. Another point of honor for Tacony.
Well, the reason he won is for 2 reasons. Plato said the city is what it is because the citizens are what they are. And also because the station wasn't playing enough anti-Larry Krasner songs. I know you have them. I made 6 of them myself.
Okay. And who's your answer today?
My answer isn't so much an ethnicity, but for a group with 3,000 calls and enough studio time, I think I may qualify as a talk show host. Not to besmirch your trade, but it doesn't take a lot. You have to be skilled to be entertaining and successful, but it doesn't take a lot to be a host, to do a half-ass show. You either take a call and talk to the person, or you go and you just talk to yourself. And my answer is going to be Alec Baldwin. He couldn't even read the cut sheet to get the phone number right. He was going, call 81210 and give me a call. And he's a Hollywood celebrity. It's like you have stories. What was it like to be on Beetlejuice? When you did Red October, did you meet Sean Connery? Tell us a stupid story about your 5 brothers. He couldn't even, unless somebody wrote the words for him, he couldn't even talk to himself.
Thank you, Earl. Do we have a little bit of that? Greg Stocker, by the way, was a producer here in Philadelphia, quarterbacking that.
That's interesting.
No, do we have him with the producer asking for the
You leave
calls?
us no choice, listeners.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. We can
When we come back, we got some time. Oh, great. We're gonna. When can we take some calls, Ivan?
Whenever we want.
Do we have calls that are on there now?
No calls yet. No calls yet. What number do people call to get on the air, Ivan? Do we have that number? It's right there.
No, do I have the call number in front of me? Oh, I'm so sorry. That's interesting. 1210 at PHT. Of course, any other questions you have, any other comments you have, call us to the, what else? Interesting. Do we have any calls yet there, Ivan? No calls. Let's read some more about Scientology. Do we have any calls here?
They should have put Greg Stocker
None.
on.
Boy,
Come on,
it's just
I never
incredible.
asked him that.
You
Why
leave
did
us
he
no
tag
choice,
me?
listeners.
Wow.
Oh, my God. Joe in Columbus, and Frank's got an event coming on. I'll let him I'll try to squeeze this in here. So, Joe. Hi, Joe. What's yours?
Hey, Dom, we needed a Dave from Lexington back then to call in.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Dave, Dom, I don't know how in the world you come back from this, but in the words of Estelle Costanza, I can't treat your body like it was an amusement park. That is Jeffrey Toobin.
All time. The Zoom call, the biggest casualty of the Zoom call era. Frank in South Philly. Frank, we have about 30 seconds or so. What's your event on Sunday, 9 to noon, right?
9 to noon, this Sunday coming up to honor all the veterans and the ones who ultimately gave their sacrifice. It'll be at 2900 South 18th Street, Dom. And to all veterans, I hope that everything's well.
Absolutely. Frank, we hope to make it over and see you. And again, what you have built there is a monument to veterans and to the country.
Hey, by the way, Dom, the VFW Post 8714 that I belong to will honor them with a 21 gun salute there, Dom.
Excellent.
All is welcome.
Excellent.
All is welcome to come.
All right. Thank you, Frank. If you can call in tomorrow, too. We'll talk more when we have a little bit more time. Wow, these were great today. Thank you, Nancy Pelosi. Kirk, who's yours?
All right, so I have the tie. I have Drew from Upper Darby, right. hands down, and Gary from Newtown. Those are my top two.
Yeah,
I can't pick one.
They are very good, Henry.
I second. Who was it? Drew there
Yeah.
at the bending shit. I like Joe and Exon's answer of Roman Polanski. I like Earl Tacconi's answer of our former host, Alec Baldwin. And then right there at the end with the Stella Costanza impression.
Oh, Joe was
Joe
great.
Columbus with the tubing.
That was like having DiMaggio, Babe Ruth, and
oh my gosh,
yeah, all in a row. I think I have to go with Drew of Upper Darby. I didn't know he was Greek. That's the last thing in the world I would think. Xenos is raising a point here. Is Drew of Upper Darby glomming onto the Greek side here? I think that's the case. I don't. It doesn't strike me as Greek. Not at all. I've met him several. Great guy.
Yeah, I don't know.
But not. We haven't met Xenos at an event yet. We are going to be announcing a big one hopefully next week for Politics and Pints. So Xenos, you should make it there. All right, we got the winner then. Drew of Upper Darby. Great stuff. Thank you, Nancy Pelosi, for all of your great work. Side question tomorrow might be all-time worst pick. We're working it up. But Richie always ready to go with 4 big hours. All that on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
the year 2021, all pet food sold comprised of 94% dry kibble. And now, 5 years later, only 61% continues to be kibble. And everything else is alternative fresh diets. At the Dogs and Cats Rule stores, we've been the leader of fresh premium foods from the beginning. Whether it be raw, gently cooked, air-dried, dehydrated, freeze-dried, and of course that previously mentioned kibble, Dogs and Cats Rule has the largest selection of cutting-edge products of any of the neighborhood pet stores. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at lifemd.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Confused on where to start with weight loss medication? 95% of LifeMD patients said starting their weight loss journey was simple. Go to trylifemd.com now and see the best options with or without insurance for Wegovy, Zepbound, and more. Brian was approved for insurance coverage and lost 100 pounds.
I love the fact that insurance covered almost everything because pharmaceutical prices are going through the roof. The first time I realized that LifeMD was working for me was when the hunger started going away. I never thought losing weight would be this easy. It's given me more energy. I would recommend LifeMD to anybody.
Nearly 96% of patients said they would recommend the LifeMD program to anyone who wants to lose weight. Get started right now at trylifemd.com. That's TRYLIFEMD.com.
Cancer. If you've been diagnosed recently, it doesn't have to be as devastating as it may seem. Chances are you didn't just get cancer recently. What you need to do is visit the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Dr. Molly Fantasia, the PhD doctor and founder of Innovative Medical Associates, has helped hundreds over the years with her unique hydration protocols geared specifically to cancer support. The team is comprised of Dr. Molly Fantasia and her doctors, plus